as well. It's like very, very hopeful. It's like right now you're going through a dry spell, but next year things will open up and blossom up for you. Okay. Also, the house where you're living in, are you living in like? I feel like there could be a move coming up for you as well. Are you in a place that is needs fixing or a little bit old? Are you living in one of those like terrace, like a terrace?
A terrace. I have a terrace. I live in a building. I guess it's old.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, we've only been here like 2 years almost.
Yeah, I feel like there's a move coming up for you because I feel like where you're living, it's too old. The way that I'm seeing where you live, it's like what I see on TV when I think of New York. It's like we got the stairs going up and the stairs going down, like the apartments, but there's like the stairs. I don't know how to explain it. To me, I thought they were called terrace, that maybe they put something else. But it's like stairs that go up, level different stories, but there's also stairs that sort of go down, like basement or down area. I'm not sure what it's called. We don't
right, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. But I feel like there's a move for you because I keep on hearing it's too old. I feel like there's something with the pipes, like if they're like leaky, like it gets very cold there. Something about the floor. I feel like it's floorboards, and I feel like it's about moving to somewhere that's more like sunny, more pleasant. But it's like my geography skills aren't that great, but it's like the state of New York. Yeah, so it's like the state of, so I feel like, I don't know how it works. I'm not too sure how it is there, but I feel like it's maybe still in the same state that you're in, but where it's nice and sunny. And it's going to help you with like mental health. It's going to help you with your clarity as well. You've also got a lady in spirit too around you who likes to tell you, you can tell her anything. She's very nice lady, but she's like, you can tell me anything. She also has strong opinions. And I also feel like she likes having things in her hand, like with knitting or things to always do. But she's saying to me that you can tell her anything. And she just wants you to be calm. Like for you, it's about breathing or just practicing being calm. You also, I feel like one of your cats need a new toy as well. Do you have any questions?
What'd you say about a toy? I'm sorry.
I feel like one of the cats there, it's a bit playful, but they're bored. They need a new toy. One of the cats need a new toy there. I'm just getting.
Yeah. Okay.
Like they're wanting something new to play with. I also feel like maybe they want a treat as well. But the cats are very pretty. They're very beautiful cats that you do have there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I've been thinking they need something. Thank you.
Yeah. That's okay. Thank you for calling in today.
Okay, thank you for everything.
That's okay. So thank you guys. So it's going to be another interesting week. What's coming up this week in astrology. I hope you all have an amazing week ahead. If you want to contact me, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Artist, and it's my Facebook page. My Instagram is Lady DS Psychic. My TikTok is Lady D Psychic. And my YouTube is Lady D or Danielle Psychic. And I hope you all have an amazing week, and I'll see you same time, same place next week. So bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Hump Day. Happy Wednesday. I hope you all are having a beautiful middle of the week. I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the always forever beautiful Moonstruck TV. And I have to tell you, as we're going to start the show today, emotions have been very heightened today. So a lot of just, I think, energy, it's the big part of it, but also for many, I'm sure many know about today being, 9/11 and remembering back on this day 23 years ago. And just kind of was sitting here thinking, wow, I remember exactly where I was. I remember exactly what I was doing, and just kind of froze in time, wondering what the heck is happening, right? So it definitely is a day that I think everybody around the world will never forget, for sure. So I just kind of wanted to take a moment and just send all of my love and light and healing energy to all of those who were, directly affected by the 9/11 events, but also those who, have just been, I guess, affected by it, just continuing on. I work with a lot of clients, and I've had a few of readings that we've actually channeled their loved ones that passed in either the Twin Tower event or others that were connected to 9/11. So I just wanted to first, before we start the show, put that out there, and just everybody take a moment to remember back on this day 23 years ago, and send all that good love and light to those who need it. And of course, we're going to, I'm sure, do some amazing readings tonight. I've had a lot of this stuff going on in my life, a lot of events. I just got done doing Phenomicon. So here in Utah, in Vernal, they had a huge convention called Phenomicon, and it was just amazing. Just people there that are very open. Their theme is We Believe, and a lot of it was people that were there that had experiences either with, Bigfoot or, aliens, or even those who have had experiences with spirits or ghosts or entities. So it was just interesting, and I got to have a booth, and I was busy and booked all 4 days that we were there, and met some amazing people, got to really connect with others who have that passion for what I do through my mediumship, but also some of you may not know, but my other passion is paranormal investigating. So I love to go out with a couple of my teams I work with here in Utah, and we go do a little ghost hunting. So it's fun though. They send me in as the kind of the first person as the medium to feel the energy and see, if there's any areas that are kind of more active than others, or portals. And I think my family thinks I'm crazy sometimes, but but I love it. I'm intrigued by the paranormal, and I think 28 years of channeling loved ones on the other side. I think you kind of have to be open and enjoy it. Sounds really weird, huh? But anyhow, so lots of many exciting and fun things coming. So if you are, gosh, if you're here in Utah, I've got lots of events happening. And you can find all of that info on my website at mini-medium.com. And you can buy tickets. I have a big Halloween event coming. I've got another all-age event coming. I will be touring. I'm going to be heading to Indianapolis in November. I'm super excited about that. I'm working on also doing an event in Nashville, Tennessee. So that's in the works. So lots of crazy, amazing opportunities. And I'll tell you, one of my favorites is my Wednesday nights, doing my podcast. But then also afterwards at 8 p.m. Mountain Time, I will be on YouTube on my mini medium 7.5 and be doing free readings and I want to kind of do a special tribute, if you will, tonight, being for the 9/11. So we'll see how all of that beautiful energy comes in and what loved ones in spirit want to channel. So while we're waiting here to take a caller, I do want to always share the affirmation for the week. And this one just touched my heart and got me a little choked up. So as many know, if you've listened to my show or you watch my lives, numbers come up. And as I connect with numbers, those numbers usually they'll connect with any of my callers that I will be meeting with tonight or on my live. I keep pausing because I'm already hearing things. It's so crazy. It's like being in a room with a lot of people and they all want your attention and you're trying to talk to one person. And so it's a lot of interference going on. People probably think I'm crazy when I hear voices. But anyhow, the number that I've been drawn to today is the number 28. 28 has been very significant for some reason. So this would be the age of 28, the 28th of a month, February 8th. This is where souls, your loved ones in spirit, your spirit guides, whatever may be, my spirit guides giving me a number that's going to validate their presence and who they are. So please keep that in mind. And then we're going to read this beautiful affirmation for everybody for the week. And the affirmation says that nothing is impossible for the heart. Love will always find a way. So nothing is impossible for the heart. Love will always find a way. And I absolutely love that. Just for the fact that I think love, trumps all, right? It really does. So a very high vibrational energy that is sometimes I think sometimes we overuse the word love, but only in the effect of like when we were younger, when you had that kind of the puppy dog love with, your first love. But I'll tell you, love is a beautiful high vibrational energy that we all could use right now with this world for sure. But all right, my friends, I'm hoping that all of this commotion that I'm getting is going to connect with someone that is calling in. So I'm going to take my first caller, and this is Angela. Angela is from Canada. Hi, Angela. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
Hi, how are you? I'm good.
I'm doing good as well. And how can I help you tonight?
I'm just looking for some guidance career-wise.
Okay, sure.
If you pick up anything.
Yeah, okay, you bet, hon. All right, I'm gonna use a couple cards here for you while I'm just kind of connecting with your beautiful energy. You're welcome. I always ask, all my callers when I get these dang numbers that come in, and you may have heard me a bit ago, but the number 28, do you connect with that number in any way? The 28th of a month or the age of 28, February 8th. Does that resonate with you at all?
I was hired back in February 2 years ago. It was around the 8th or the 10th of the month.
Okay. And that connects with your job? You were saying you were Is that you cut out? Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
That very well may be where this is coming in. And just as I'm pulling some cards just to connect with you and where, where your career is going. Now, I'm going to show the cards on camera here so everyone can see. You've got some beautiful cards that are really connecting with more of your soulful journey, but really connecting with, your career mind, but also meshing with what your soul's purpose is. So the first card that I pulled for you, you have this beautiful judgment card. And then with that comes this page of swords. So oftentimes I use cards, but I really just like to use them as a guide or a tool. And this really validates with some things I'm getting for you where, boy, you've got some big changes coming. And that page really is connecting with that. So the way I describe this is you are in a page, in a chapter in your big old novel of life. And in order for you to get to the next chapter, my friend, we got to get you to turn that page. So it's like, you ever gotten a book and you just keep reading the last page because you're not comprehending? You feel like you're just keep reading it. And then maybe like after the fifth time, you're, oh, I got it. And then you can move on to the next chapter. That's exactly where I feel you're at right now. So a lot of that too is just putting trust out there into the universe with exactly what you are being drawn to. You are working now, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I also feel like you're in an entrepreneurial or even upper management, authoritative type position. Are you in that position yet?
Not as of yet. I've like an acting supervisor. You like to do supervisor duties, but you don't get paid like the supervisor.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's exactly where I'm headed. Okay, hon. And that's where I feel that page needs to be turned because it's you're repeating that last page of, kind of this supervisor, interim position. But it's such a frustration because, like you said, you're not getting paid for the duties. So now it's time to turn the page and it's time to make these changes. So now the sword is very much you. You have a very beautiful, calming energy. But girl, you have a fire behind you. I can feel it. So what is your zodiac sign, hon?
I'm a Gemini, but I can use the element fire very well.
Yes, you do. I love it. I'm a Gemini as well. I knew it. You just had this beautiful, just very yin yang energy, and Geminis are very, adaptable. We're very versatile. So, and that can be kind of to our detriment because we'll end up doing things over and over that are not serving us in a good way because we're kind of people pleasers at times. So I want you to connect with that fire element, that fire that's within you, because this judgment card really is the release of the old you and the old ways. So I would not be surprised, my friend, if I would say even by the end of this year, I'm going out about 3 months, which puts us out at the end of the year, which I can't believe, by the way. Watch for... Yeah, you could watch for that shift. And I love it because it's going to start 2025 on a really good note. But I don't want you to stay necessarily in that Groundhog Day, same thing, different day energy. And I think the only way that's going to happen is if you dig deep and find that fire and, find something different or even get to the point of demanding that you get to be in that position, because you're amazing at what you do. I feel even in the vision I keep getting is you're a heck of a manager, and you're really good with people, and you're really good about keeping business separate from friendship, and I think that's important too. Boy, I've got something else. Hang on one moment, my friend. Let me see. Things have been the energy has been so incredible today. So I just keep hearing things. And as my mediumship kicks in, Um, just as I had mentioned, your fiery energy. I've got a mom coming in. I've got a mother energy. So has your mom passed, or I'm maternal, so it'd be your mom or grandmother?
It would probably be one of my grandmothers, like either my dad's mom or my great grandmother, who was more of a grandmother to me.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, there's such an emphasis that I'm not getting a whole lot from her, but other than just wants you to dig deep into your roots of who you truly are. It's like saying your last name, my last name being Cowan. Well, the Cowans, we do this, it's like stand up for yourself. And that's what she's doing. So think about that. And
that would be my dad's mom.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, that would be my dad's mom. Yeah.
She's quite a spitfire. She's quite a spitfire.
Oh yeah.
Well, and without a doubt for you, my friend, that she will be such a beautiful guide to help you, as you make these changes. So, ask them for help. They're always there, always there. And I can't help but think that February 8th is, it comes from them on the other side, and that's their way of validating that, it's time for change. And they'll be there with you and pushing you and getting you to find that fire within yourself. So just watch for those changes by the first of the year, okay?
Okay.
All right, my friend. Well, I hope this helped you, and I appreciate you calling. I love talking to you. You have such a great Gemini energy. Us Geminis always mesh well.
Yes, we do.
All right, and well, have a great night, and I hope to maybe talk to you soon another time.
All right, have a great night. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome, hon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, all right, you guys. Wonderful. All right, let's take our next caller, and this is, I believe, Monica. Hi, Monica. This is Stephanie, Mini Medium. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing good. Good. Thank you. How can I help you tonight, my friend?
Okay, so I want to know, what happened with my marriage. I've been having a lot of trust issues with my husband around my sister. So I need to know what's going on.
Okay. Oh, wow. All right, my friend. Boy, I can hear it and feel it in your voice. A lot of yes. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna pull a couple cards for you as well, just to see if that helps with a lot of what's coming through. I want to ask again, as I ask all my callers, do you connect with that number 28? I don't know if you'd heard me earlier. Well, the 28th
28th. Yeah, it's on my son's birthday, July 28th.
Ah, okay. And has that cousin passed?
No, actually my son's birthday, he's still here, is the 28th, but my brother that has passed is the 29th.
Oh, wow. Okay. But your son is the 28th. Okay.
Yes, and so is my husband's brother, the 28th of August.
Okay. Well, then I'm sure this 28 was connected to you, my friend. As I hear, as I get numbers come in, it's always, well, not always, but for the most part, it's a loved one in spirit, just wanting to validate that you and I are going to be connecting, but also that they are watching over and protecting you. So I wouldn't be surprised if we might get a little bit of some messages from your loved ones in spirit. I'm going to obviously help you with your question you have, but if they come in and they want to give a message, are you open to that?
Yeah, because I really wanted to see if you could connect with my brother that passed. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, hon. Okay. All right. Well, let's talk about your situation that you're in. Oh, goodness. Well, I'm going to show you one of the cards that you pulled. I'll show it on camera here. Is this Hanged Man card. Now, this card came out of the deck right side up, and I'll tell you why that's important here in a moment. Then the other is this 10 of Swords card that also came out right side up. So the cards really, and how they're kind of just validating the visions that I'm getting, The sword is really representing you having kind of an imaginary sword, and you're going to fight and you're going to defend and you're going to protect. Well, girl, you're fighting, protecting, and defending right now in all ways. So, defending and protecting not just the relationship, your marriage, but also your energy. So there's a lot being put out there that I can feel is really exhausting, very draining.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now that hanged man, it goes with that in a sense of that, and I'm going to show up. I'm right pointing this out so people can kind of see. But down below here is what we call the cosmos or the universe or your purpose, your happiness, your bliss. And she's hanging by this piece of cloth, if you will. And really what we define is what is that piece of cloth? Because whatever it is, you're hanging yourself by your own damn noose. And so what that really is for you, as I'm seeing, especially with the number 10, by the way, number 10 is, it really represents the ending of a journey, completion. This is just, it needs to have some changes so that you can find your happiness. So that's kind of where those cards are matching. I'm going to be honest with you, and a lot of people know with my readings, I'm very transparent. I'm very honest. I feel like it's time to move forward, my friend. I feel like it's time to, I don't want to say put your sword down, but put your sword down so that you're not putting so much energy out into something that you're just not getting back in return. And I'll tell you, boy, I'm even worried that this is causing a lot of stress and pressure on your heart, on your blood pressure. Ever since you came on to, I can hear your voice. I can feel that. So please take care of you first and foremost. Boy, there's a lot of energy coming in. Let me ask you too. Boy, I'm trying to see if I can get your. I know you said your brother had passed. Would it make sense why, when you mentioned your son being the 28th and your brother that passed the 29th, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. For some reason, if this is your brother stepping in, I do have a soul coming in, but they're still parallel to each other. And I don't know what this means. It almost means like they were very close when your brother was here in the, is that right?
My son is his godson.
Yes. Okay. I think we might have your brother coming in then, because I feel he's shown me, your son and how the connection, the beautiful soulful bond. Oh, wow. Okay. That's why I can't catch my breath. As your brother's coming in, there's a sense of really, I can't breathe. I feel like my lungs are, it's almost like my lungs are not functioning the way that they should. So I've got some breathing issues. Do you understand that with him?
He passed like of an overdose.
Yes. Okay. And that's exactly the feeling of that I get, as I'm channeling, especially when someone, their heart slows down. I can't catch my breath. Where he, unfortunately, my friend, falls asleep and just doesn't wake up. Nothing is able to alert him that his breathing is stopped or slowed down. I'll tell you, that's why he's the one that kept showing the 28. It's your brother, the 28 being connected to your son, and that being his, that special date. There's such that close connection. As I hear your brother, and when I hear the other side, this is your clairaudient. And the way I explain it is, I don't hear their voice, but it's a thought that pops in my head. And just as I almost lost him for a minute there, he's kind of in and out. Please let your son know that even though he's on the other side, that soulful bond can never be broken because he is worried about your son since his passing. There's been a lot of struggle with your son.
Oh yeah.
Well,
He's taking it really hard. My son's taking it really, really hard.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And well, your brother's a talker. I can't keep up with him. I just keep.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
Oh my gosh! Like I feel like I'm ADHD right now. I can't even catch up.
Yeah, he is. He's a talker.
Oh my gosh! I'm like, slow down. Do you connect with the name Rich or Rick? Or I can hear the one syllable R name just now. That came in very clearly.
No.
Okay, please keep it in mind. So just one syllable R, Rob or Rick or Rick. So please keep that in, or Ron, keep that in name in mind. And that was coming from your brother, by the way. So very well can be connecting to someone living that he was connected with. But I'll tell you, he has no filter. And I'm kind of filtering for radio for my podcast. He has no filter. But I'll tell you, and I'll put this in a very radio appropriate way. How's that? He says he says you need to leave the nice guy. I'll just put it that way. The not so nice guy. He said you need to leave. He's telling you in his way, you need to leave the situation that you're in. Your brother is not happy about it at all, my friend. So, boy, he's funny. He's also very charming. So.
Oh yeah. That's him.
It's hilarious. Oh, I love it. Well, I know I only have about 45 seconds, my friend, but please, if you are up tonight, here in about an hour and a half, I am going to be doing free readings at 8 o'clock on my Facebook Mini Medium or on my YouTube at Mini Medium 75. And, feel free to hop on and we might be able to just get more from each other, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. You're welcome, my friend. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, guys, that's a wrap. Another fun, amazing night, and we'll see you guys next week, Wednesday. Bye, guys.
Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. I am Suzanne Marie with Psychic Path, and I welcome you to my show tonight. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you for so much for calling in. We are A1R Psychic Radio, and we have some really wonderful shows. So I hope that if you have any questions that need answering, you will go ahead and check out the schedule and call in and give it a try. We have many good readers. So, we have a lot of things going on cosmically. And one of them tonight for me is Mercury retrograde. And that will be happening around the 9th. And that means communication and emails and things will be delayed or just generally messed with. So that's what's happening with me today. And another thing that will be happening is the full moon. And I believe it's on the 10th and it's in Pisces. So as I always say, full moons usually represent letting go of the things that no longer serve us or benefit us. And in Pisces, I do believe that many people will be affected with a spiritual awakening or something very spiritual and soulful. And that's a good thing, but that's a hard thing. So I hope that many people, anyone who is dealing with a spiritual awakening will get the networking and the support you need, because it feels very, very awful or ugly, but it's not. It's really ascension, taking your soul to a higher plane. And also, we're going to be getting rid of our illusions, and that's a hard one. So I hope that everyone just is networked and connected to people who love and care about you. If you feel that you're going through this in the next month, it's going to be good, but it's going to be kind of struggle. So So if you want to write me, Joanna in Indianapolis. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm happy to be talking to you.
How can I help you tonight? I'm honored that you called. I really do love to share.
Can you remind me, do you do mediumship or just psychic readings?
Yes.
Or
I do the clairvoyant readings and the mediumship readings. So if there's a question you have, go ahead.
Well, I've been torn. I kind of want a mediumship reading to talk to ancestors if they want to talk to me, but I also have really impending financial stuff going on. So I guess just whatever you pick up on.
If you want a 15 or a 20-minute reading this weekend, I will offer you that if you just write at readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com, and we can set up a time and I can give you a reading. But let's see.
I'll do that.
Let's see what's going on here too. There's a great many people on the other side for you. I sense them, but nobody's coming forward. I sense, from what I sense of this group, what I sense is that they were caught, and this is the nearest ancestors, let's say 1900 to the 1950s. They don't feel enlightened. They don't feel enlightened. It's not a judgment on my part. They feel as though they went about life without seeking anything outside of the things that they already knew. And they didn't self-reflect, if that makes sense. It was what you see is what you get, and you live and you work, and that's how life is supposed to be. That's the general feeling that I get. I get that there are, an aunt is coming forward, I believe, full-figured lady. I feel like there was love and there was support, but I just feel like I feel that some of your ancestors feel sad that they didn't take an opportunity during life to grow, to do the personal growing.
I did have a pretty Catholic family, so I don't know if that has anything to do with them not wanting to come forward, because they would probably be mad at me for coming to a psychic to talk to them. But
I don't think
there's a couple of grandmothers and a grandpa out there that I do really wish I could speak to.
I feel like a grandmother's coming forward. I don't believe that they're angry. I think that religion is for the earth. I don't believe that happens, or that's a big stigma after passing. Then they realize, oh, everything is one, and the religion part is less important than how you lived and evolved as a person.
Yeah. Well, so the person that's coming through, can you ask if they passed recently or maybe around 8 years ago? Both of my grandmothers are in spirit. One of them more than the other.
I see one grandma, and she's full of love. And she smiled a lot, is what I'm getting. There were smiles. She's given me recently.
Yeah.
And I would say 2018 to maybe 2021 is what she's giving me.
She had a long decline of health where she was mentally here, but it finally came to conclusion in December.
Okay. She's saying that there were people around as she was passing, and she could hear other people talking and the conversations, but she wasn't verbal. There's a time when she wasn't verbal.
Yeah, by the time I got there to see her off, she couldn't talk back to me. But yeah, everybody came.
She's aware that you were there. And I'm seeing that when you came, somebody else left. Was that a rule of the hospital? Because it seems like you walk in and someone has to go.
I don't know if it was a rule of the hospital, but family was around all the time and cycling back and forth. And yes, my aunt left when I came in.
Okay.
It was like she kind of, I don't know if she waited for me to be there to pass, but yeah.
She heard you too. She heard you, and I believe that you had something to comfort her with, because she's saying that there was comfort when you came, that there was a giving of affection and comfort. I am so sorry for you.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm just emotional because she died of COVID, so they had us all dressed up in suits, and I just I took off my gloves and I took off the hood and I touched her feet and I told her she did a good job and everybody's here and she could go home.
She heard you and she appreciated it.
And very shortly after she did. I'm sorry?
She appreciated that. She heard you and it felt like she wanted to stay. She didn't want to leave. And so you gave her permission. I have about 3 more minutes, so we'll keep this in mind.
Okay.
She has a lot to say. It seems like I got 60 minutes or 60 seconds. So write me on my email, please, and we can continue, all right?
Sure. You said readings by Suzanne?
At gmail.com, yes. Please do that.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and you have a good night. We'll continue. Bye-bye. All right, everyone. Have a good week. I will see you again next week. Same time, same place. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.one. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, good night, good morning, wherever and whenever you are watching this. Welcome to Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer. I have been a tarot reader for over 10 years now, and I am certified in over a dozen healing modalities from Reiki to sound therapy, so I do a little bit of it all. And those of you who are joining me again, or this is your first time, I love to start out with a message for the collective. Now, because this is the collective message, it's not going to be for everyone, but it still allows you to understand what energies are surrounding you for the rest of the week, so you know how to navigate and make the most of it. And coming into the collective energy, it seems amazing. It seems like we are moving into a nurturing era, but with more of that tact and intelligence with it as well. So those of you who have been planning and wanting all of these new ideals and wanting to start new projects, it is a fantastic time to move forward with that. You have an ability to go forward during this time and really make the most of your environment. But do be aware there may be some challenging information coming towards you. You may have things that may not necessarily be true, and it may indicate that you could possibly won't be wanting to leave one situation for a better situation. And that is okay. Just be aware that not all information coming to you this week will necessarily be true, but you will be stepping into more of your intuitive. So if somebody's trying to lie to you or just is not telling you the whole truth, you're going to know because you're going to be able to read people, because not only are you acting with your emotions, but you still have that logical standpoint. Be like, oh, okay, I recognize that you're not telling me the complete truth. And then you can step back into your power and decide where to go from there. So just be aware of anybody who may not necessarily be wanting to show you everything that you want to see. And just know that if you do come across a delay, it's going to be for your best interest. Just go with it, because ultimately what you're working towards will come to fruition. Just give it 3 weeks or 3 months, and then you'll start to really see that abundance coming through. But just continue on. So it definitely looks like a better week than what we had before, because a lot of previous weeks we've just been in this kind of waiting period. So it's amazing to see that energy to start moving again. And also just be aware that we do have a full moon coming up, and that will be amazing for those who may want to step into more collaborative area and work with others. So keep that in mind, because as we're going into Pisces, we are connecting more of our emotions, and we can use that to our advantage, especially if we do have projects that are coming forward and that we want to accomplish by the end of the year. So just, again, keep all of that in mind as you continue on to the week. Use the energies of the week how you want, and then we'll go from there. We'll try again and check in with that collective next week. And we are taking a caller today. So we have Carol from Indiana. Hello, Carol. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing really good. Have you had a tarot reading before?
Yes, I have.
Awesome. So what can I do for you today? What questions do you have on your mind?
I was just wondering if maybe you could connect with my spirit guides to let me know if there's anything I should or should not be doing.
Okay, connecting. Oh, yeah. You have some strong ones coming in. It does seem automatically on the back and say that you have been thinking of something and it's not a wise choice. Your spirit guide's like, hey, no, we need to stop this. So we'll go into that a little bit more.
I've been thinking a lot about trading in my vehicle and getting a different one, but even though I don't want to. I don't know if is it regarding my vehicle.
Let's see more information on the vehicle. Yeah, it's not time to step into that yet. So definitely hey, something, it's not a good time to buy a car for you, just flat out. It's not a good time, because there's illusions, and there's something about not having the self-confidence or knowing whether or not, and we were just talking about this in the collective messages, if you go buy a car now, you're definitely going to get stuck with somebody who's going to overcharge you or not be completely honest. So this is not a time to definitely do that. As far as your spirit guides, do you know who your spirit guides are? Have you connected with them at all?
Yes. I was told, and I do believe there's some kind of a Native American male figure, and I do believe my mother is a protector and watches over me, as well as my father. And I know there are other spirit guides. If there's a female one, a strong female presence too. I believe I have at least 3 or 4 total.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I immediately picked up on that feminine energy. So I did feel that a maternal. Yeah. So that makes sense if you were saying that your mother is watching over you. I was also feeling Mother Mary, and it doesn't matter if you're Christian or not, right? These are energies that work with everyone in every religion. So I'm feeling Mother Mary and Aphrodite for you, which makes sense.
That's great. Yes, it totally makes sense. I'm not a religious, but I am spiritual, and I do, I do believe in a divine feminine, yes. And I do have pictures of the Virgin Mary in my room and stuff.
Wonderful. So I'm glad that resonates. And with Aphrodite, it does make sense that she's coming in, especially if you're worried about a vehicle, because she loves beautiful things. She likes luxury. So she is a great person to come in to make sure that you step in your divine feminine, that you get what you want, and that you don't get really screwed over. You know, we don't want to get overcharged for a car or get a limit car or anything like that. So let's see what other information is coming through. It does seem like you are going to have like a masculine energy coming through to help you pick out a car. So if you do like have that masculine energy that knows about cars, that can go with you or start helping you find a car, that would help. So that energy is playing in as well.
I believe that next year might be the earliest time to look, not now. That's what I'm thinking.
Definitely not now.
Yeah.
No, I'm getting like almost this heartbreak energy coming in. Like something happened in the past, and it doesn't seem like it's necessarily recent. It could have happened like 2-3 years ago, even longer. Like, did you lose somebody, or did you have a really bad breakup or separation? Does any of that resonate with you?
I've lost some pets. Throughout my life, I've always been very close to all kinds of animals, birds, prairie dogs, cats, dogs, and I had lost a dog a couple of years ago, and still, and I do think about them and the animal, my pets that I've lost. Like I said, I was very close to them, but heartbreak, no. With people, no. I'm pretty headstrong, stubborn, and I don't really. I don't have very many friends because I don't connect with a lot of people. I had some friends, but they were lower vibration. I had to get rid of them because I'm raising my vibration. My third eye is opening, and I'm getting more intuition. I get dreams, premonition dreams, and I'm getting more in tune with my psychic clairvoyance and clairsentience. And I've been working and doing lots of research on spirituality, life after death, all kinds of things. And I am growing more, and I don't rely, and I don't wear my heart on my sleeve. Never have wear my heart, except when it comes to like animals and like my mother and things, yes. But other than that, no more. Things are getting a lot better. I've had a lot of heartbreak in my younger years, but I'm 55 now, and I don't let myself get that vulnerable anymore.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I can see all of that in the cards because it brings in a feeling of loneliness, whether or not you're fully aware of that.
Oh yes, I'm lonely.
You're still carrying a lot of that with you.
Yeah, I feel like I'm alone when it comes to my beliefs with friends and family. Because I am more in height advanced. I'm an old soul, and I'm more enlightened than most people. I don't mean to brag. It's not that I'm better. It's just that I not on the same mentality, and I don't think about the same things as most people do, and that therefore I do feel alone. My mother was the only one I could, when she was alive, but I believe she's my soulmate, but, and she's gone, and yes, when she died, I lost part of my heart, and my friend, she was my best friend, but, yes, I do feel like I'm alone in the world, and I'm a little different than most people, yes, and and can be lonely sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's okay, because as you're developing your abilities, we start to be able to connect with more energies, and that can help with the loneliness while we are looking for those of similar interests, as you are showing up as the Queen of Pentacles, which is amazing, especially since you're really connected to animals. So as you're developing all your intuitive gifts, really work into working with nature, working with plants and animals. So continue to do that. And also, you have so much information coming to you within your dreams, because you said you were doing that clairvoyance. So we have the dreamer here in this deck, which tells me is a lot of.
Wow, you did? Because yes, I've always had premonitions. If big life events are about to happen, I will get a dream within a week before it happens. The same thing will play out in real life. So that's wow, that's right on the money there. And I've always been that way.
Which is fantastic, because now that you're more aware of it, now you can work with it with more intention. That means you can grow even farther, because those two areas, dreaming and working with nature, that is where you're going to become most skilled with your intuitive gifts. That's where you're going to have the most effort. Well, you're going to enjoy the most, is what I'm looking at. So you can do YouTube videos and things like that. You could find like online workshops if you don't have any type of workshops near you. I know you're in Indiana, so I don't know which part of Indiana, but like Indianapolis, it has in Bloomington, Indiana.
Near the state line, near Chicago. I live an hour from Chicago, over the border.
So you're farther up north. Okay. So yeah, I was trying to think of areas I know up there, because I'm also in the Midwest. And I know there's a lot of intuitive people, like Camp Chesterfield in Indiana as well. That's a potential.
I connect with an intuitive shaman lady in Wales, England, Britain, and some others in England. But we talk a little. But around here, yeah, it's different. This is a little country, small town here. I do a lot of gardening, and I love to go by the water. Water resonates with me, and yes, I do get healing from just gardening. Getting my hands in the dirt. It calms me and heals me, and I've always been in nature's a part of me. It's where I feel home. The most is in nature, and so that's very true about me.
Carol. And so I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to tell you before we get off, you do have Archangel Zadkiel helping you with your dreams. So continue to work with him, Mother Mary, Aphrodite, and stick with the earth as well, because you'll have more guides coming in to help connect with nature. Okay?
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darling. My cherished ducklings. I'm Perry Lyons, and this is Moonstruck TV and A1R Radio. I'm the New York City Celebrity Psychic, coming to you live from, coincidentally, New York City. And I'm very happy you're here. I'm a little subdued tonight. It's September 11th, and I won't go into this much, but I was living directly across from the World Trade Center that day, and my husband was at Ground Zero. He got out of the subway because he worked a block away, and there was a smoking airplane engine, and he stayed there because he could tell the second tower was about to fall, and he moved people back and rescued his friend's kids from the school that was right there. So even everyday people, even artists, can be heroes. So I'm a little quiet today because it's a day one remembers. Anyway, moving on. Although it's interesting, I'm about to do the psychic tarot weather. And the way I do the psychic tarot weather is before the show, I pull 3 cards, and those are the cards for the show. I'm not allowed in my own mind to put them back or choose ones that'll sound better or anything like that. So I'm going to do the psychic tarot weather right now, and you'll see what I mean about it showed up on the cards. But bear with me. If you've been here before, and if you are, welcome back, and I'm very happy to hear your voice and feel your vibe, and I'm just happy you're here. And that color looks great on you. The psychic tarot weather is a lot like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. And I pulled 3 cards, and those, even if you're just walking through the room, even if you didn't mean to listen or watch me, and shame on you if you didn't, but that's okay. I forgive you because I'm like that. So even if you're just listening to this by accident, I found that the cards apply to you. Go figure. It's mystic. It's magical. It's super normal or something. Paranormal? Supernatural? Okay. So the first card is the beginning of the week. The second card is the middle of the week, which is like the weekend. Third card, you're getting the hang of this, is the end of the week. So here we go. What's amazing is I've never gotten this card. I've never pulled it for a psychic tarot weather reading on this show before. And by the way, I'm waiting here staring at my phone like a lovesick teenager waiting for your call. So, oh, Brooklyn in the house. Awesome. I'll be with you right after the psychic tarot weather. I'm a Brooklyn girl, baby. We're doing this from Brooklyn. I can wave to you. Can you see me? Okay. I'm just going to do the psychic tarot weather, and I'm going to ask you to breathe deeply while you're waiting. Breathe deeply and let out the air through your pursed lips like you're blowing out a birthday candle. Like that. Got it, Shawnette?
Got it.
Right with you. Thank you, baby.
Thank you.
Can't wait to talk to you. So, interestingly, on September 11th, the first card that came up when I picked cards for the show was the Tower. And I'm going to say that this is just what's in the vibe today. I don't think this actually applies to our viewers. I think it's the cards acknowledging what day this is. I will say, having said that, that it's been kind of an odd day. When you get this card, a lot of people look at it like, oh, the world's coming to an end. world's not coming to an end. What this card simply means is old structures in your life that aren't serving you are being taken away. That's the personal, non-today meaning. So you might have found this happening recently, that old structures that you relied on but maybe got too comfortable with, or they're not serving you, are being taken away from you. However, this is just like today and tomorrow. Don't worry too much about it. And rest assured that new structures that will serve you better are coming in. I love tossing the cards. The second card is interesting. The Page of Wands has a number of meanings. The on the surface of it means like a young person, a boy, even a girl, who is probably a fire sign, Leo, Sagittarius. What's the other fire sign, Barry? I've just blanked it. Aries. Sorry, my friend Jennifer, my Aries friend. I have a lot of Aries friends. Aries people are great, especially Aries women. You guys rock. Okay, so this is, it can be just a young man, or maybe even a kid who's a fire sign or very outgoing. Well, that's the first meaning. Second meaning is a little more interesting. It means that there's some sort of message coming to you that is going to change your life in a good way. It's he's the messenger card. He's the bearer of good tidings, and we're looking forward to him. In some cases, depending on how it's placed in the spread, it can also mean a child is on his way, like that you're preggo. I'm going to say that's maybe 10% of today's meaning. The meaning I'm getting for this card from my listeners and watchers today, bless your little hearts, is that it's a message of some kind coming towards you, just in the nick of time. Woo! The moon is a very interesting and complicated card. It's dogs howling at the moon. And what it often means is that you might be kind of very intuitive right now. You might have psychic dreams. You might be feeling very intuitive or psychic. It can also mean that you're in a situation you don't quite understand. Somebody in your immediate vicinity might be fibbing to you a bit. But when you get this card, it always means that you're on the way to finding that out. I'm going to go for how I feel about this card today. I'm going to say that for like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you're just going to be feeling more intuitive, more psychic, more tuned in to the great beyond, or source, or higher power, or God, whatever you call it. Excuse me. Hold on. So that's the week in psychic weather. So the first thing is old structures getting taken away from you, but that's a good thing. It might not be comfortable at the moment, but it always means a better structure is getting built as we speak for your life. Second card was message coming to you in some way, shape, or form that's bearing good news. It's that simple, good news. And the third card is you're going to be feeling more psychic, more attuned. You might be having dreams about somebody, which I would pay attention to. And there you go. And I'll be right with you, Shawnette. I just need a drink. I went to the Renaissance Festival last weekend with some friends. And so I got a Renaissance Festival mug, right? You go to a Renaissance Festival, you buy a mug. It's the law. I also rented a costume. I have to say, I look very fetching as a wench. I might just dress as a medieval wench in real life. No, I don't think so. Okay, Shauna, you've been very, very patient. How can I help you, my love?
I guess I just want a general for the rest of the month. Like, I'm hoping to get one of my paintings in a museum show, so I'm hoping that happens.
Rock on. You know, I started out as the psychic to the New York art world. I still am. And
oh, really?
I was married to a fine arts painter who's had museum shows for 20 years. So this is a very art-friendly show. I'm so glad you called. Thank you, my love.
Thank you.
I bet we know some of the same people. Okay, so tell me your birthday. I like to connect to people through their birthdays.
My birthday is March 10th.
Is March what? Oh, March 10th.
March 10th, 1990.
Oh, you're the same week of Pisces I am. That's the Scorpio week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we're sort of ethereal badasses, is basically.
Yes.
Have you been painting in a new style recently? Did you switch styles? I'm going to say 6 months to a year ago. Maybe from more abstract, more figurative? Or did you get more figurative?
Kind of. Like, I think the style is getting like very mystical, if I could say. I guess that's the best word I could use to keep it like more like mysticky.
Yeah, I could see that. That makes sense. It feels like your real self is coming into focus and being expressed. When I think of mystical, I think of the artist, I don't know, Katerina Lanfranco, terrific, another Brooklyn artist, does very mystical work, or the work of William Blake, actually. I really like what I'm seeing of your work. I think you have a very, very good eye for balancing. I think your eye for color and composition is really extraordinary, and I think you've got a very good hand too. You've really come a long way in the last 10 years. I'm going to say yes. Is the museum show? It's out of town, right?
No, it's in Brooklyn.
I'm sorry?
It's in Brooklyn.
Oh, it is. Wow, that's fantastic. I'm sorry I missed that, but I don't usually miss stuff like that. I like the curator, too. It feels to me like the person who's putting the show together. It might be a couple of curators. Mm-hmm. I like them. And I think artists like you and Katerina Lanfranco and people like that are really, I think your work is really fitting into where the culture is and where the culture's going. And I think that's a very, very strong point for you. So I'm going to say yes. And do me a favor, will you get in touch with me on Facebook? I'm Perry Lyons. Let me know, and I'd love to come see your show.
Oh, yes, thank you. I will.
You're welcome. Your home life is going well, and I'm pleased about that. Did you move in the last couple of years?
I haven't, but I moved around my apartment a lot.
Oh, okay. Because I feel like you're stabilizing your home life a lot.
Yeah.
I also feel like you're decorating a lot more than you have. I feel like what you're doing is really making both your surroundings and your art and the way you dress. I feel like you're bringing a lot of disparate elements into alignment with who you really are. Does that track for you?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm very glad about that. It's a good time for Pisces broads. I think that.
I'm sorry, say that again?
With the gallery.
Say it one more time.
I'm sorry, speak up a tiny bit.
I'm sorry, it was breaking up.
All right, my love. Well, thank you so much. I'm so glad you called. Do you have any other questions?
No, that was it. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry?
I said, no, that was it. Thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure. And if you get in touch, let me know. I would love to see your work. I think you're very good. Thank you, my dear. Bless you.
I will. Thank you.
Take care. Oh, wait. Is that Joan or Joanne? My producer flashed your name very fast.
It's Joan.
Hi, Joan. It's nice to meet you. I'm Perry. And you're in Pennsylvania, a swing state. I'm very happy you're here. And I'd like to connect with you through your birthday. So if you don't mind, tell me what your birthday is.
July 13th. There's a lot I need connection with.
What's that?
So there's a lot I need connection with and clarity with.
No problem. Just tell me your birthday really quick. And for some reason,
July 13th.
I'm having a little. Oh, July 13th. Great. Thank you. Oh, I love
13th.
cancers.
13th.
I'm sorry. There's a little interference in on my reception right now, so forgive me. But I love cancers. Yay! Pisces and Cancer, we get along great.
Right.
And so let me just tune in on you for a second. Woo! You got a lot going on, girl.
Oh, yes, I do.
Specifically.
Let me vacate the bathroom and go to my bedroom quick. All right.
Okay.
You guys be quiet. Okay, go ahead.
All right. No problem. So, how can I help you?
I'm ready.
Are you in your bedroom and everybody's being quiet?
Yeah. Yeah.
I usually sit when I say be quiet, I usually talk to my parakeets. But for some reason, when I get on the phone to do a reading, suddenly they start screaming their heads off. I have no idea. It must be the energy. So, how can I help you, my angel?
I need to know where my life is going.
You're stuck?
A lot of ways.
So you need a little help moving forward. It feels like everything's very complicated in your life right now. Is that correct?
You can say that again. Yeah. More than you know. I don't want to give you too much. I don't know what you
No, I actually do know a bit. You can give me whatever you want. I'm still going to get whatever I get.
Right.
Yeah. Your relationship stuff is complicated. Your work stuff is complicated. You have kids? You have 3 kids?
No, my daughter passed. She's the only one I had.
Oh, I'm sorry. Interesting. I'm usually spot on about kids. Huh. Okay.
When I act like kids, I have to tell them to be quiet, but they're adults.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right. Here's what I'm getting for you. I'm getting a couple of things. I'm getting the. Sorry. Oh, God, I'm sorry. It would be in your best interest right now. How can I put this? Let's start with your love life. Let's uncomplicate your love life as much as possible. Can you do that?
Meaning what? Like there's 2 and I don't know what. I don't know.
Okay. It feels like
one I was with, but I guess I don't want to say too much. I want to see what you can tell me. So much about it.
Well, how much of your life? Okay. Here's what I think. I think that there's one person. It feels like you're kind of hanging on to, even though it may not be working. Is that correct?
There's 2. One that I was dating that I'm no
I was
longer,
confused with that. the two part is I didn't know how much you wanted me to say about that, but that's when I said you're going to have to uncomplicate your life. I was trying to get at the fact that there are in fact 2 different love interests. What's confusing is that it's sort of it feels like you want the one who doesn't want you and you don't want the one who does want you. Is that kind of in this general? Yeah? Yeah. Welcome to the wonderful world of being a human being.
Because the one that I was with walked out of me out of nowhere and moved to Virginia and left me with nothing. And he wants me back. How do I forgive him for that? I don't. But anyhow.
I think you don't have to forgive him. I think that kind of, honestly, here's what I think. I think first you have to forgive yourself for having been betrayed. Because that's what I think you're hanging on to is you want some sort of closure or some sort of reason with somebody who honestly feels like a borderline sociopath to me. I don't think the person who did that really understands that other people exist and have feelings. So F him. The word forgive comes from the Latin root meaning to drop. So what you can do is first forgive yourself And then you don't have to forgive him, but you can drop the situation. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to figure it out. It wasn't your fault. I'm just going to say, I don't think I've ever said this in the show before. I don't like him. So, and
I was in the hospital for overnight, and he texted me the next morning. What about the other one? I'm so torn.
I like the other one better. My feeling is, if somebody has punched you in the nose and they don't really come back and say, I punched you in the nose, I shouldn't have done that, that really sucked, I'm sorry. I think somebody who moves to Virginia and leaves you in the dust is not really somebody who should be in your life anymore. Because you're a lovely person. You've got a wonderful energy. You're very creative. You're very giving. I think you're also very attractive from what I can see with remote viewing. I think you've got beautiful eyes. And you've got really nice cheekbones. You dress well. You always wear perfume. I realize that's a strange thing to pick up psychically, but I like the other one for you. I would also make room. I think somebody else is coming in for you, and not that far away. I think somebody else is going to show up, like not that far away, 4 to 6 weeks from now, mid to end of October. So I wouldn't fill up your dance card with the other guy just yet. Although I do like the other guy.
Like, I'm totally in love with him, and he said he's not ready, so I don't know.
Yeah. That's, if you can, what I'm getting is one of them you need to let go of. Forgive yourself for having been in that situation. People think like, oh, I have to forgive him. No, the hell not. You don't have to forgive him. You can let it go.
The one that walked away?
Say, this wasn't my fault. Forgive yourself.
The one that walked away?
I'm just feeling that the non-Virginia one is the one that I'm betting on. But I do feel that, well, I think there's more love there than you're aware of. I think you've been going through real depression. I think a lot of stuff has not been shaken out for you lately. But my feeling is that you're about to be on a real upswing. I really do.
And he pushes me away,
and I don't say that
because I have that in my living arrangement. Like right now, I'm about to be homeless because I am. And I have nowhere to go.
Oh, back to where to go? Okay.
I have nowhere to go.
Oh, God, that's awful. Okay. You have a sister?
I have nobody else. My brother, but he doesn't like me because I'm on disability, because he doesn't understand my health issues. So he's just downright nasty, and that's everybody else that he's going or lives out of state. And my aunt just passed away yesterday.
I see. Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. It has been such a tough time for you. I don't get you moving from where you are right now, honestly. I don't know how that's going to happen, but it feels to me like it feels to me like there's going to be some sort of almost a rescue operation going on with you, with your friends and some of your family, and that there's some money due to you that you're going to get. I'm not getting you moving from where you are right now.
Where's the money coming from that I'm due to?
Yeah. Money, I just get the feeling, and it's a not inconsiderable sum. It's a fair amount. I think that you have, like, honestly, I'm going to say it's more than a few thousand coming in. And if you can just hang in for a couple of weeks, don't make any rash decisions, don't despair, help is on the way, you're going to be okay. You are. There is money coming to you.
Is that coming from my aunt or from?
Yeah.
From my aunt that passed, or from my car, from my old car that was they had issues with. So.
Yeah, I think the second thing you said. It also feels like there's money, like an inheritance of some kind, maybe two of them. And it feels like the inheritances maybe have been held up for some reason. But I do not get the feeling that you're going to have to move. I also think that if you can do something along the lines, find some sort of spiritual practice, because you're so exhausted from being in fight or flight all the time recently. And if you can just sit for 2 minutes a day and just breathe, just count backwards from 50 while breathing deeply. Do something to turn your mind off for just 2 or 3 minutes a day. It's going to help a lot. Or if you're a praying person, pray. What's happening is you're in fight or flight. You're so terrified all the time that it's hard for you to receive good news and good stuff. So take a couple of minutes every day, breathe in, pray if that's your thing, meditate, do something. It's going to be okay, is what I'm trying to tell you. And I know you're in full-on panic, but take a moment, breathe deeply, there's that deep breath. You breathe really deeply, and then you blow out through your mouth like this. It relaxes your central nervous system. It sounds rude, but it relaxes your central nervous system. So even if you just do that like 5 times in the morning, because help is on its way, things are going to be okay. All right, my love, it's the end of the show. Let me know what happens. I'm rooting for you to be in my meditations and good thoughts, and you're going to be all right. All right, guys, thank you so much.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Zodiac Zone. 30 minutes of astrological insight with Melissa Markham. Melissa Markham, live from MMAstrovibes.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Zodiac Zone on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Zodiac Zone, your 30 minutes of astrological insight. I'm Melissa Markham. Just wanted to ask everybody how they're doing tonight. Know a lot of energy out there is really intense right now. I mean, we have this Mercury retrograde in Virgo. So I feel like everybody's very nervous. They're wanting to get things done. They are worrying about things, which is very typical of Virgo, especially when it's in the retrograde aspect, is your, so how it works is Mercury is about mind and communication. And depending on what sign it's in, it brings the intensity and energy of that particular sign. So how it works for this month, and typically a retrograde is about 3 weeks. Now, this one is going to be kind of unique in the fact that it starts off in Virgo, and then it transfers over to Leo. So it could make the energy very intense. With Virgo, like I said, it's about nervous energy. It's about perfectionism. It's also about healing. Virgo is a sign of healers. Now, when we get into Leo, which is next week, the energy is going to feel more intense. It's actually going to be into where people are going to feel like they're more egocentric and more thinking with their ego, because that represents Leo, not necessarily ego, but Leo's very heart-centered. Leo is very, boisterous and larger than life. I'm sure all of you know Leos, or if you are Leo, that's what it represents. So between the two of them, it's going to feel very uncomfortable, I would say. And I would say, too, the way to deal with retrogrades is to get in front of them. And what I mean by that is to not so much worry about things, but to kind of sit back and review and look at things from a different perspective, maybe. I tell all my clients, never start anything brand new during a retrograde, because the communication is going to be distorted, and it's not going to be the way that the outcome is not going to be what you think. But if you're involved in something already, then that's totally fine, because you started whatever task, whatever thing that you're doing before the retrograde. So it's just, it's part of life, right? If you have to sign contracts and it was something that you already started before, don't worry about it, because that was started before the retrograde even happened. But don't start anything brand new right now during a retrograde, because like I said, the communication is not going to flow, and it could not be the outcome might not be what you want it to be. So that is what's going on with Mercury retrograde. On Monday, August 19th, we have a full moon in Aquarius. So it's about like a full moon, like I've said on other shows, is about endings. And this is really about letting old things go, like outdated beliefs and stuff that doesn't no longer serve you. So really it's releasing all of that, releasing things that are no longer going to provide you joy, or something that you're just like, you know what, I used to think this way, but now I'm into this type of energy. I'm going to be into almost that out of the box thinking. I don't think that way anymore, but now I'm going to be into this new energy. So that is really what the full moon is going to do. And I always tell everybody, my clients, to really go out there and to look at the moon and to write down the things that they want to release that no longer brings them joy. Because it's really about all of us wanting to step into our power and to be the best human that we could be, right? We live on this planet We know it's hard. We know that there's work to do. We know that there's attachments that we want, but that we have to release. But the polarity is there's also joy. And there's joy in relationships. There's joy in what we do to get to a higher level of consciousness. There's joy, simple pleasures. There's joy going outside and just looking at the beautiful plants. There's joy in being with our fur babies when they're good. There's an immense amount of joy out there. So these are just some things that you could do. And I would say any type of manifesting that you do and anything you want to release or you want to come into your life, be very specific about it. You know, I tend to write things down in my phone of things that I want to manifest, but I'm very specific about it. I'm not just like, hey, I want $1 million. It's the reasons why I want $1 million or what I think I could accomplish with $1 million. I mean, that's the specific energy that I'm trying to bring in. So like with anything else, like I always say, like always attracts like. So if I'm at my highest level of consciousness, I'm going to bring that energy in. No, but I have to feel it. I can't just think it in my mind. I have to truly feel what it's like to be in that level of consciousness. So that's what I wanted to kind of share beginning part of this show. I want to get into the readings now. So I think I have Erica from New York City.
Hi,
Erica. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. So what I do with my readings, I really focus. I'm an evolutionary vibrational astrologer, so I'm really going to focus on your soul purpose of why you're here.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm going to look at some very specific things in your chart. So what is the day, month, and year you were born?
March 16, 1984.
16th of March, 1984 at 7:12 a.m. or p.m.?
A.m.
Okay. 7:12 a.m. And the city and state?
Mineola, New York.
Okay. I'm sorry, how do you spell that?
M as in Mary, I, N as in Nancy, EOLA.
Mineola, New York. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm going to talk in astrologies,
Okay.
and then I'm going to tell you what that means. Okay. Because really what I do, what I like to provide too, is giving you something to further research about yourself. So your South Node is in Sagittarius in the 8th house, and your North Node is in Gemini in the 2nd house. So typically a South Node in Sagittarius. So you're the type of person that's an internal student. In other words, you're always,
learning.
researching for knowledge. Researching and always, looking for knowledge. And when you hear something, you're going to research it again and do it again.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is not your purpose in this lifetime. It's almost like in a previous life you were a philosopher. You were somebody that, think about the nomad that went around the world and gathered information. And so
that sounds very much like me.
Yeah. So in this life, it's really about you taking that knowledge that you already have and speaking it, either writing a book or, just journaling.
So
Yeah. And it's in this.
I write a lot.
Do you write a lot? Okay. And it's in the second house. So I look at the nodes and then I look at the houses because the houses is what makes it personal to you. So I feel like in the second house of Taurus, your Gemini is in Taurus. It's really about your self-worth,
Yeah.
But more than that,
I'm working on it.
Yeah, you have to come into your self-worth. So it's those words that you tell yourself. Those words that you tell yourself are so important. And it's really about uplifting that for you, because the mind and the body are vessels, right? They're living beings.
Yeah.
And so you can kind of like start your day however you want, but it's what you think that day is going to be for you. You know what I mean? Those words are very, very important.
Yeah.
And I think with all this knowledge too, you can use this to really, whether you write a book, whether you speak to this, whether you build something, because Taurus is very much about building a business, building something where you make money. And
I've been trying to figure it out.
Let me see where your sun's at. I mean, you have Sun and Mercury in the 12th house. I feel like that. I feel like you want to help the disenfranchised people that maybe need help. You're for the little guy. You're for the people that don't have a voice. I mean, you're a Pisces, so Piscean energy is like that. I feel like there is something stopping you because you have Chiron in Taurus in the second house. So either you don't believe these powers that you have, and this energy that you have, or you kind of get stuck in your own thoughts and don't want to go past what your potential could be. There's something there that you feel that,
Oh gosh, it's been a mission.
Yeah, but here's the thing. When you overcome these attachments that you came here to do, the world of possibility is open to you. Whatever you desire. I know you've had some setbacks because you have Uranus in the 8th house. So I know sudden things have happened to you that has taken your life to go in a different direction. Sudden unexpected things that you're like, oh my God, I didn't see that coming.
A lot of that.
That's only to awaken you to get on this potential that you have inside. I feel like you're here to build something and lead something. You have Aries. Aries is on your ascendant. I mean, you have a traditional chart, Aries on the ascendant, Taurus, a traditional chart here, but it's where you want to take all of this,
Right.
So I hope all this helps. I know it's a lot, and
it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, the chart
do
is.
you know when maybe? Yeah, do you know because I just turned 40 this year, and the thing is I'm very multi-talented, and but I've also suffered with a lot of
traumatic events that it's like
Right.
taken me more than anything. I've spent years just trying to heal. And then now I'm like, okay, now what? Because I have not been able to stand on my 2 feet for a very long time.
I would say this to you, the biggest thing, you have 5 planets in water. So you have an overabundance. If I'm looking at your elements, it's an overabundance of water. That to me would tell me that you put relationships before yourself.
Oh, wow. Yes.
Yeah, your closest relationships are always before you. And so when I look at your North Node, if you don't start putting yourself first, this cogwheel that you live on will continue to, and it's not going to be a very fun life for you, because you're going to continue to give all to those relationships in your life. And when you give all to them and you give nothing to you, then that's when sickness happens. That's when depression happens. That's when all of that stuff just comes up and makes you very unhappy. So I would say the thing that I would tell you is you have to listen to the higher self, and you have to start working in that, as opposed to thinking, just trying to acquire knowledge and just trying to do what everybody else wants you to do. And that's just not going to work for you. That is not going to work for you.
Yeah.
So
I just don't have like a clear picture of exactly what, but I've thought along the lines of like a non-profit, like holistic.
That'd be awesome.
Organization. But then I'm like, okay, how?
If you're leading it and communicating it, and you're the one leading it, it would be perfect. If you listen to everybody else's ideas, it's not going to work. You have to be.
Oh, yeah.
You have to be in charge of this.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, that's taken a lot of courage.
Yeah. No, this is hard stuff, but once you get to your highest vibration and you do the work, it's amazing how things shift. And then you're working with the energy and not against it. So but that is what I have for you tonight, Erica. And I wish you the best of luck. And you can always reach out to me on Melissa Markham at mmastrovibes.com if you want to go further with all of this. Be happy to do your reading.
Markham?
MARCUM.
MARCUM.
At mmastrovibes.com.
M as in Mary, N as in Nancy.
M as in Mary, M as in Mary.
Okay.
Astro Vibes.
After vibe?
Astro, like Astro, like.
Oh, Astro Vibe.
Astro
okay. Got it.
Like Astro the dog on.
Okay.
The Jetsons.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, everything you said is true.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you reaching out, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do I have Joni? Is Joni on the line?
Yes.
Hi, Joni. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. So when is your birthday? Day, month, and year?
March 25th, 1980.
25th, March 1980.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what time were you born?
11:05 p.m.
11:05 p.m. And the city and state you were born?
Waterloo, Iowa.
Waterloo. Iowa?
Yep.
Got it. Okay. So I am a vibrational evolutionary astrologer. I'm really going to look at your life purpose here. And so when I look at the lunar nodes, which are elliptical points in the sky. And when I'm looking at your nodes, I see your south node is in Aquarius in the 3rd house of Gemini. And your north node is in Leo in the 9th house of Sagittarius. So what that means is typically with a south node in Aquarius, they're very much in their mind. They have goals for things. They're very logical. Everything is, it's in the 3rd house of Gemini. So, sometimes you get easily distracted on things. And really in this lifetime, it's really about getting to the Leo energy, which is finding your heart, doing something that you really love. And in the 9th house, it's all about your journey, your destiny. Where is, it's, 11th house is more destiny as far as hopes and dreams. This is really about like, what is your path? What do you feel like, oh my gosh, I really need to do this. I need to not accomplish as a goal, like as an Aquarius, but I want to do this because I love it, because I feel drawn to it. Does that make sense to you?
Okay. A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. And I feel like it's really, I feel like the work that you do, because if I look at this, you have a yod, which is a spiritual assignment. For example, Princess Diana, her 2 sons have a yod in their chart. Your apex, which means what it's pointing to, is Venus in the 6th house. So I feel like it's something with health and healing, and something that you feel really passionate about, and to be a healer. Although you do have Chiron in there in the 6th house, so I don't know if you've had some health problems or there's something stopping you from doing that. I'm not sure. Is that
I
is
haven't
that what
had health. I haven't had health problems.
You have? Okay.
I have not.
Oh, you have not. Okay. I'm just trying to think here. What do you do for a career?
Well, currently I don't do anything. So I lost my husband last June 15th. He had health problems.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. That would make sense. Was it something sudden or something that?
Yep. It was sudden.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. That would make sense there. Yeah, I feel like you're probably a really good worker. I don't know, because you have Saturn in the 10th house. So maybe all of this, that what you are going through, I feel like something with healing. I don't know, something where you're a healer, or all of this is something that you're having to go through all of this stress and just the hardest somebody. But there's something that you're going to do to help other people that are in the same situation that you've been in, if that makes sense.
Maybe it's like, because I've had an addiction problem in the past, and I'm really passionate about that and possibly helping others with that. So, and I love helping people.
Feel like
I do that a lot.
I feel like that's your purpose, that there is purpose to all of that. And this is kind of like an assignment or something in this life that you're going to do. And it's going to be creative because you have the sun in the 5th house. So you're going to use all that creative energy that you have. And it's always going to be to you about seeing the big picture because your ascendant is in Sagittarius, and you have this really kind heart. You have Neptune in the 1st house. So, yeah, however, but it's got to be purposeful, and I just, that's what your chart speaks to me. Your chart speaks to me with all this, with this Virgo energy. I mean, you're in Aries, but, I don't know. It's interesting when I look at all this. It's all for this purpose of health and healing and to help others, service to others. So
yeah, that is really interesting. That I already love doing, so.
Absolutely. I would look into all of this, and the best way to, and you have Uranus in the 12th house, and I feel like there's a lot of purpose and things happening in your dreams. And I would have like a notebook by your bed, and when you're in that lucid state of consciousness, just start writing things down, So yeah, thank you so much. It's really nice talking with you.
Yeah, nice talking with you. Thank you for all that.
Yeah, have a great evening.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to express tonight, was just that full moon energy, and just, review things during the Mercury retrograde.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from brandycon.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Stellar Parenting on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Stellar Parenting with Brandy. Coming to you live from Houston, Texas, I am Brandy Kahn, and I am an intuitive astrologer. I also work with healing, Reiki, that sort of thing as well. I hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. So my mission is to use this show to teach people how to combine the magic of the stars and the planets, to combine the magic of the stars and the planets with the art of raising children in a conscious way. You can find me at brandycon.com. That's Brandy with an I, and Con is Khan. And if you'd like to join my Facebook group so that you can be a caller on the show, that Facebook group is Psychology Infused Astrology. Now, for today's show, what we're going to do, we're going to talk about the lunar eclipse that's happening on September 17th or 18th, depending upon where you are located. And I will also be telling you how you can support your child during this lunar eclipse, because, eclipses tend to be really emotional times, and some people feel them more than others. So we'll do that. And we'll also have a caller towards the end of the show who sent me the natal chart information for her son and her daughter, and I'll tell her exactly what I think about their charts. So let's go ahead and get started. So on or around September 17th, we will have a lunar eclipse. And this lunar eclipse will be in the sign of Pisces at 25 degrees, okay? And so that's going to activate the Pisces Virgo axis of your chart. And depending upon if you've got planets, aspects, angles in that location or aspected from that area, then you may experience change, transition coming up in your life from this eclipse. First, what I want to do, I want to break down the practical side of the lunar eclipse for you and just tell you exactly what it is. So, a lunar eclipse will always occur during a full moon. And during a full moon, you've got the sun and the moon that are 180 degrees across from each other. So it's like they're having a face-off. And then during the lunar eclipse, it's like the Earth inserts herself in between the two, and Earth blocks the light from the sun and prevents it from reaching the moon. So even though the moon in astrology is referred to as a luminary, the moon does not produce any light of her own. She only reflects the light from the sun. So then when the Earth blocks this light, it's almost as if the moon disappears from the sky. So a lunar eclipse can be like a full moon on steroids. It can be like 3 or 4 full moons in one. It's full of energy. And there's the huge potential for changes. There's the potential for transition, endings, and culmination in our lives. What I love most about full moons is that they can be like illuminators. And as illuminators, they can give you valuable information that you did not have access to before. And once you have access to that information, it allows you to make a decision about, where do I need to go in life? Is there something that I need to change, or is there something that I need to focus on? So that's everything about lunar eclipses. Now, not everybody is going to be affected to the same extent by this lunar eclipse. What you want to remember is, if you have placements in your chart that are in aspect to 25 degrees of Pisces, then you will experience this lunar eclipse at a much deeper level than, say, someone who does not have anything that's aspected. So what's very helpful, it would be really helpful if you took a look at your natal chart. And if you don't already have one printed out or you don't have it available, I can tell you exactly what you need to do. So you want to go online, and you want to go to a natal chart generator, and you can go to my website. I've got one on my website. So you can go to brandycon.com. And once you get there, you'll see the menu at the top. You want to click on astrology. And when you click on astrology, there is a drop-down menu, and one of the options is to create your own natal chart. So once you click on that button, there's going to be a page that comes up that asks you for your information. So you're going to need your date of birth. You will need your exact time of birth that is listed on your birth certificate. And you will need the location of your birth as well. So when you put all of that into the generator, I want you to click on the Create Your Chart button, okay? And then from there, a screen pops up. You'll get this beautiful, lovely image of your natal chart at the top, and then listed underneath will be the planets in your chart, the degrees where they are stationed, and the signs. So I want you to look, once you've got that, look for 25 degrees of Pisces. See if you have any planets at 25 degrees of Pisces, plus or minus 3 in either direction. So like 21, 22 Pisces or 28, 29 Pisces, okay? So that's what you want to look for. So let's say, for example, that you have your moon at 23 degrees of Pisces, okay? And this lunar eclipse is going to be right there activating your moon. So that means that there may be themes of emotions or lessons about emotions home or even the relationship with your mother that could be activated at this time by the lunar eclipse. Okay. So that's what you want to do when you go to the natal chart generator. And I also want you to take note of what area in your life, where is the lunar eclipse taking place? And the way that you will be able to figure that out is if you see what house is this happening, is this occurring in? Where do I have 25 degrees of Pisces? What house is this? And that'll give you a little bit more information about where the change or the transition could be coming in your life, okay? And change is not always a bad thing. We hear change and sometimes we freak out, we get nervous, but all in all, change can be something that's very, very good and takes you to the next level. So let's imagine, for example, that you've got a natal chart, you've got 25 degrees of Pisces in the 10th house of career and public reputation. So after the lunar eclipse or during the lunar eclipse, even a few weeks before, there might be a change coming in regard to your job or your career. So maybe you get a promotion and you are leaving the role that you've been at for years. So it's almost like, a point where you're saying goodbye to go on and take on something new. Or maybe you've got 25 degrees of Pisces in your 4th house of home and family, and you and your family decide you guys are going to sell the house and you're going to move to another location. So there's almost this feeling of saying goodbye to the place where you've been living for the last few years and saying goodbye to the neighbors and moving on to a new experience. So that's just a couple examples of how this can show up or how this can manifest in your life, okay? And keep in mind, change is not always a bad thing. Change can be a very, very positive thing. And whenever there is change, things tend to go easier if we can lean into the change and if we can go with the flow and not be resistant and stagnant to the change. All right. So I also want you to take note as well. In addition to the 25 degrees of Pisces that you're looking for in your natal chart, plus or minus a few degrees on either side, also notice if you've got anything around 25 degrees of Virgo, Gemini, or Sagittarius. If you've got any planets, points, angles in those locations, those planets are also going to be activated as well. And the themes that those planets represent will be activated in your life as well during this time. So you can also, this is very interesting, you can check your child's natal chart as well to see if they have any significant placements that will align with the lunar eclipse. Now, for very young children, and I would say those younger than 16, 17, what tends to happen with the natal chart is a lot of the patterns that we see within the natal chart, they are acted out externally, like in the external environment of the child. And then the child usually ends up taking on these behaviors at a later point in life. So if you've got a very young child who's got some placements that are being activated by the eclipse, that might give you a clue, more clues about upcoming changes coming for you and your family as well. Now, when it comes to change for children, change can feel really destabilizing to some extent. And, excuse me, big changes usually can come with a sense of big emotions and big feelings. So, for example, let's say that your family, you guys are moving to another location. That's a really big change if you have children. And that change could stir up a lot of emotion within them. And during the time of this lunar eclipse, it could seem almost as if it's intensified to a certain extent. So a huge part of building a sense of secure attachment with your children is giving them the message that it is safe for them to open up to you about their feelings. It's safe for them to share what's going on inside with you, their parent. And when children feel safe within their bodies, then we have their autonomic nervous system will go into a state of ventral vagal activation. And that state is marked by feeling at ease, feeling empowered, and feeling connected to the people around them. And that's the sense of safety. That's what we want to create for our children. So remember that your children will internalize the messages that you send to them. So if you give them the impression that, you really don't have time to listen to what they're saying, or that you really don't want to hear what they're saying, they will pick up on that. They'll pick up on it very, very well, okay? And that may be one of the things that defines their relationship with you, okay? So we want to give our children that sense of safety, that sense of, I accept you lovingly no matter what. All your feelings are safe with me. You can talk to me. You can come to me at any time with anything. So we don't want to dismiss, minimize, blame, or shame our children for what they are feeling. Because if we do that, we will prevent them from showing us who they are in a very authentic and genuine way. And that's the goal of what we're trying to reach. That's the goal of what we're trying to get to. When our children feel safe, then their social engagement behaviors unfold naturally. And then the fight, flight, freeze, all of that, it takes a back seat because they don't need it anymore. They feel safe within our presence. So if you'd like a little bit of assistance with that, if you'd like help custom designing a parenting approach, especially for your child, I do have a 5-week program called the Stellar Parent Method. And you can find information about that on my website at brandycon.com. You click on the astrology link and then it should come up. There's a page that comes up. But in that program, I am taking you. It's you and me. These are private sessions where I'm walking you through not only your child's natal chart, but I'm walking you through your natal chart as well. And we are also exploring, well, how do the two of you complement each other? Let's compare the natal charts. Let's see where the contrast is. Let's see where there are potential areas of difficulty where we may need to soften things, okay? So that's the whole point with the program, is really to dismiss the one-size-fits-all parenting approach that's so common and individualize, tailor your approach to your child depending upon how they are wired. Okay, so now we have a caller. I have a caller who sent in information about her son and her daughter, and we will speak to her now. I'll tell her what my impression is from their natal charts. So let's see. Dave, do we have our caller ready? Okay, great. Hi, Tori.
Hi, Brandy.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Good, I'm doing well. Thank you so much for being a caller on the show today. You did send me the information for your son and for your daughter, and I had a chance to look at their natal charts. So is it okay with you if I just, give you my impression of what I see?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So we'll start off with your daughter. And how old is your daughter again, please?
She's 11.
Okay. She's 11. Okay. So we've got a dynamic 11-year-old here. And from her chart, I see that she's a Scorpio rising. Her sun is in the sign of Libra, and her moon is in the sign of Gemini. Now, in astrology, the sun is our heroic feature. It's who we are trying to become, the traits we are trying to embody within our life. So usually with younger children, they're really acting out and manifesting more of the rising sign, which for your daughter would be Scorpio. Okay.
Okay.
And with that Scorpio rising, she may come across as very quiet and reserved. Is that the way that she comes across typically to other people, or how other people perceive her?
Yes, to other people.
Okay, to other people. And let me just add here. So the rising sign, that is the angle in the chart that shows how we meet and greet the world, how we interact with the world. That's our meet and greet persona, okay? So to other people, many times we come across as our rising sign. So for your daughter, she probably comes across a little quiet and reserved as that Scorpio rising. The thing about Scorpio rising is, even though, she might be private, she might, be reserved with others and quiet, but there's a part of her that's able to feel things at a very, very deep level. Have you recognized that about her?
Yes. I feel like she's very in tune to people's feelings, and she always brings that up when she notices that if someone's feelings have been hurt or it bothers them.
Okay, very good, very good. And when we talk about the moon in astrology, the moon is all about our feelings, our emotions, our sensitivity, but also how we like to be nurtured and how we like to nurture others. Now, your daughter does have her moon in the air sign of Gemini. Gemini is the sign, ruled by Mercury. It's the sign of the communicator. All right. So there is a part of your daughter, even though we've got that Scorpio rising with people that we're just meeting, the Gemini moon may actually feel more comfortable if she's able to open up to people and to talk about her feelings. So do you recognize that dichotomy here about your daughter?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Once you get to know her, she's a chatterbox.
Exactly. Once you get to know her. And so, the moon is the part of us that really only a lot of times will come to the forefront when we have the feeling of being safe, when we perceive our environment as safe, and when we perceive the people around us as being safe. So many times, that moon will only come forward with people that she knows, people that she's comfortable with. Okay. So I would encourage you to, the way that she might like to be nurtured is through conversation, through being able to talk about her feelings, through being able to open up about what's going on inside. And also, Geminis usually love to try a lot of different things. They tend to be good at different things. So she might have an interest in art, then music, then sports, then dance, as the moon in Gemini. So allow her to explore different areas or avenues as she's growing up to see exactly where she fits or where she feels most at home. Okay.
And you're spot on with that, with the trying different things, because she's very artistic. She loves paintings. I actually got her into painting with Bob Ross. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but she loves painting with Bob Ross. So yeah, she loves different types of things like that and trying things. So that's great.
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Now, one thing I did notice in her chart, I noticed that her moon, and we have an asteroid called Chiron, which can be a sensitive spot in the chart. They are in a tense angle to each other. So one thing that we want to do as she's growing up, we want to teach her that it's okay to receive love. It's okay to receive nurturing from other people because she is worthy just as she is, and that she does not have to work, in order to be loved, or she does not have to work for approval. She deserves it just as she is. Okay. So I want you to be sure as she's growing up to give her that message. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And then with the moon and Neptune as well, that's a tense aspect. So, and Venus opposition Neptune, that's also another tense aspect. So what I know is usually like with Venus and Neptune, when we have them in aspect to each other, we've got someone who's very creative, someone who may be artistic, someone who's very sensitive, okay? But a lot of times they may get the message that their ideals and values don't make sense, or that their standards are too high, that type of thing. So we want to make sure that we're giving her a healthy narrative of, yes, use your creativity. Yes, dream. Yes, have ideals and goals. And don't let anybody tell you that's too much for you. I don't think you can accomplish that. Okay?
Okay. That's great advice.
Okay. Yeah. And then one other thing I will say, we've got your son. And how old is he again?
He's 6.
Hey, so we've got a wonderful 6-year-old, Gemini rising, sun in Pisces and moon in Pisces. And I've been talking during the show about 25 degrees of Pisces, and your son has his sun at 25 degrees of Pisces. So that will be activated during this lunar eclipse. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah. So as the Gemini rising, he can be a little chatterbox. He can be very communication oriented as he grows up. But with the sun and the moon in Pisces, there's this aspect of sensitivity, a deep, deep level of sensitivity and a deep level of emotion that he probably feels. You understand?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And so he's got 25 degrees of Pisces, his sun, in the 10th house of career. Now, your son is 6. He doesn't have a career, but many times at this age, we see things that happen in the chart acted out in the external environment. So with the sun, a lot of times that points to dad. So it could be that your husband is going to have, promotion at work, a change in career, want to go a new direction as far as work, anything like that over up to the next 6 months. Just watch for that. Okay.
Okay. So is that it correlates to his dad?
Yeah, more than likely, yes, with the sun.
Okay.
Yes. And another thing I'll add, he does, your little boy, his sun in Pisces is in a hard aspect to Mars. So one of the things we want to make sure, because he's got this Pisces level of sensitivity, that during life, he may get the message from people around him that he's not brave. He's too soft. He feels too deeply, or he feels too much, and he needs to man up and stop with all of the feelings, and that the world is a dangerous place and you've got to fight for what's yours, right? Those are typical messages with on Mars when they're in a tense aspect. So, and he might even have a fear of not being seen or perceived as brave, as courageous. Okay. So one of the things that we want to give him permission to do as he's growing is the permission, to be kind and sensitive. It's okay to be kind and sensitive and loving. That's not a character flaw. That's a strength. And it's also at the same time okay for him to assert himself, for him to be assertive and to say exactly what he needs or what he wants in any given situation. Okay? Is this making sense for your son? Do you understand this?
Yes. I'm just taking notes. But yes, all of this is making sense and aligning to who my son is.
No problem. Yeah, no problem at all. He's incredibly sensitive. So with the sun and moon and Pisces, there could also be intuitive gifts as well. So he can be prone, maybe to feeling energy at a really deep level, or being able to, your son may be the type of person who can, later on in life, he can walk into a room. He doesn't even know what's happened in the room. But like, let's just say there was an argument there before he walks in, and he can walk in and know it. He can feel it. Like he can walk into a room and feel the energy that's there. It's an incredible level of sensitivity with the sun and moon and Pisces. And one other thing that I'll add with those 2 Pisces placements, we want to make sure that as far as things like video games, iPad, anything that can be done to the extreme, that even like as a child, while he's younger, we help him to do things in moderation. So a certain amount of time for video games, or a certain amount of time with the iPad, that type of thing. And that'll make sure that he's not doing something to kind of take himself into another state in a way that really is unbalanced. Okay.
Gotcha. That's really good to know because he's crazy about his game.
Yeah, and so many of they love YouTube, they love everything, and they stay on those all the time. Well, thank you so much, Tori, for being with us today. I really appreciate you calling in, and thank you for your participation.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Brandy, and good luck with everything.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of our show today. So here closing, I will just remind you again, you can find me at brandycon.com. That's Brandy with an I, and Con is Khan. And if you'd like to be a caller, if you'd like for me to look at your child's natal chart and tell you exactly what I think and the areas where I think you should focus, you can join my Facebook group at Psychology Infused Astrology. Okay? And with that, I hope to see you next week. Thank you so much for joining me this week. Have a fabulous week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for 3 to C with Kylie. Live from X3to CX.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is 3 to C on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey there, it's Kylie Nelson. I am here on Wednesday to do my weekly show. I have my plant out this week, so I'm hoping to bring some good energy. There's just a couple of things I want to go over for the collective before I get into some client sessions. Again, I show up every week looking different. This is because I encourage my collective to be different, to look different, to act different, and to not feel shame in who you are, not feel guilt in who you are. I literally dress like it's 40 degrees in the middle of summer because that's what makes me comfortable. I wear whatever I want. I express myself however I want. And I think everyone should do that. But that's what I wanted to talk about because last week I blew into ancestral healing. And that was because I had a little bit of a situation where my boundaries were crossed within my ancestral healing. And I held my boundary and I was a little bit phased by the energy that I was holding or the energy that was given to me. So that's why it's so important to heal your ancestral wounds, because even if you're not causing the wounds, things can be projected onto you and you can heal them and you can understand what's going on around you with deeper understanding and consciousness instead of just projecting your own wound or feeling into a wound. And that's why I am a Reiki master. That's why I do Reiki healings. That's why I use it in psychic mediumship, because when you're reading energy, when you're cleansing your energy, you want to make sure to be grounded. You want to make sure to have a healthy, energetic body and good spiritual hygiene. And if you don't, it makes the journey harder for you. It makes the experience that you're going through something that may not be as magical as you want it to. There are situations around you that are very important to learn and understand from. And if you don't have your wounds cleared, if you don't have energy sitting with you that's positive to bring positive energy for future, you're sitting in the past. You're sitting in the past with the wounds. And whether this is ancestral trauma that you're working through within past generations of your family, or even within generations that are currently here with you, ancestral wounds are something that is very deep to work on. And it is going to be the greatest advancement that you're going to be able to have in your own energy. And if you are choosing to change, if you're choosing to be a generational chain breaker in your family, this is going to be some of the strongest energy that you will have, especially for and manifestation. As that came out a little bit wrong, ancestral magic is one of the strongest, or if not the most strongest form of magic, or the strongest form of magic, the most particular, the most roundabout way to generalize the energy of everything from your past and control it for the future. And that's what makes it part of the strongest energy that you can use in a magical way. And this is why my life has been so magical. This is why things align for me. This is why I am healing so many energies around me and have worked through so much, is because I'm not only healing my ancestral wounds, but I'm using ancestral magic in manifestation, in learning, in teaching, in everything that I do, especially with healing others and healing my family and raising my family. So just understanding that if you feel like you have an ancestral wound, if you feel like you have any blockages on your chakra body, seek a Reiki healing, or even try to do Reiki on your own, because you can do Reiki on yourself, especially if you have the Reiki 1 attunement. That's what it's for. So do Reiki on yourself and make sure to ground yourself, and just make sure to heal your wounds. And if you're interested in finding out about any wounds on your chakra body, I am a Reiki master and I do sessions online, and you can find the information below. But I'm going to go ahead and take my first call this evening, and I believe I have Amanda here on the line.
Yes, hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm really good. Are you looking for a general reading this evening, or are you wanting to ask a specific question?
A general reading, please.
Okay. So within your aura, I am looking at your aura and your chakra body, and I do see that you have a partnership. Is this someone that you have a strong partnership with? I see a long history. So this may be a masculine that you have a long partnership with. Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm seeing that you are spending time with them in front of the TV. This is something that you are doing together, and I see that you're sharing energy. So are you familiar with the thoughts that are coming up in your mind while you're watching TV that have nothing to do with the TV show?
Yes.
So that is going to be time where you're basically in meditation. This is going to be time that you are going to have particular thoughts about either things in the future or things that you need to understand. And the few things that you've been brushing off about your husband, the connections that you've been making, I apologize. I do hear husband. So if you don't have a husband, I apologize, but that is what I'm hearing. So your masculine husband energy is connected with you, and you are actually reading his energy, or you are feeding off of his energy because you are connected and grounded with each other at that point. So make sure to stay attentive to the thoughts that you are having and take action from them instead of pushing them away.
Okay.
And then, are you aware of your grandfather that sits with you spiritually?
No, I didn't have a close relationship with either one of my grandparents.
Okay. Well, I am seeing two, and I am seeing generational. So I was just talking about ancestral history and ancestral wounds. It doesn't seem that you have any ancestral wounds, but it seems like you need to feel stronger about yourself or your energy, particularly. You need to feel wiser and stronger, like you have more of a backbone, but you actually do. It just seems you're not giving yourself credit.
Okay.
For the difficult situations that you have been going through, I am hearing something with a son. If you have a child.
Yes.
Okay. The situation that you're going through with your son, or that your son is going through and you're helping them cope with, this is something that you need to understand. You are having a backbone, and it's for a reason. You are looking at all sides, but not particularly for a reason, just because you are, and you still need to sit in the energy of where you are standing and make sure that you know that you have a backbone and you have the right to feel that way.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
Relationship wise, what do you see as far as like the future?
So I see a lot of bonding together, and I see you holding hands, maybe possibly sitting on a love seat together, but not next to each other. You're separate. So there's a couch spot in between you two. So you're not super connected, but you're getting closer. I do see that your masculine energy, or your husband, has some walls up, but you do too. And I actually see you blending together at this time and releasing some of the walls when this financial restraints or the financial stress that you're going through kind of dissipates.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Do you have a pet that's passed away?
No, I'm not really big on pets.
Okay. I do see a small dog in your energy. It's looking like a Yorkie to me, so that I don't know if that is a family member's dog. Or
Not that I know of, no.
Okay, so this might be a little bit more of a message to be spontaneous. This is something that kind of, if you think about those animals, they're very free, they're loud, and they're fun. Everybody loves them. But they're loud for only particular reasons. So I think this is kind of a message from your spirit team showing you to be more free within your relationship with your partner, and kind of express things where you are doubting yourself and holding yourself back when you want to express them. So to kind of speak when you feel that you need to speak, and it's okay to put communication out there, and that it makes you more lovable. It makes you more, be able to be appreciated because you're expressing things like emotion.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, well, I could take one more question from you if you would like, or I can pull something from around you. I just want to make sure you have all your questions answered.
Yeah, if you could just pull something, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Within your root chakra, I do see flowers. I'm seeing you ground yourself, and this may be with you gardening physically. If you're not gardening physically, then you might want to do that. But I am seeing flowers being put in a pot on a patio. So this is either something you did with a family member previously in life, or this is something that you're being called to do just to ground yourself a little bit more, especially if there is financial stress. To ground yourself as much as you can so that you can receive the download of information that you are when you are in meditation.
Wow. Okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Make sure to be aware of when you are sitting. Make sure to stay conscious when you are in front of the TV and you start hearing or feeling or understanding things. Make sure to bring awareness to, okay, this is from my spirit team. This is a message, and I need to be conscious of this. And what am I going to do with this information? And it will really take you farther into your journey in whatever way that it will be with the information that you receive.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Have a great night.
You too. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'm going to take another caller here on the line. I have Manuel on the line from California.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Getting yourself?
I am wonderful. Are you looking for a general reading this evening, or are you wanting to ask a particular question?
General reading is fine.
Okay. I am hearing adornment. So there is very particular energy around you, and there is someone that adores you. Do you have a child?
Yes, I do. Yeah,
Okay. Do you have a little girl?
I do. Yes.
Okay. So I'm seeing little pink bows, and little bows in her hair. And I am really hearing that she adores you, that she feels very, very connected to you. And Jelly Roll is significant. Do you listen to Jelly Roll?
I do not know.
Okay. So this may be something that is coming up within my energy. There's a specific song on the new Eminem album that has a Jelly Roll feature, or one of them is featured. It's coming into my energy, and it's about loving your child so much and wanting to leave so much for them behind. And I'm seeing this in your energy. I can't remember what track it is. I'm so sorry, but you'll have to look it up. It's on.
Somebody Save Me.
Okay, so you know it. Okay. So this is energy, but it's not really the sad parts. It's that's how much love you share. So I am picking up that you feel like you are working really hard, that you love your daughter very much. And I am picking up sun energy. Do you have a son currently?
Yes.
Okay, so is it just the two?
Yes, my two young ones.
Okay. Okay. So I am seeing the two smaller energies, but your daughter is really connected to you. And it seems like you really want to show her like a strong man or a wise, brave man, not necessarily a man who works all the time, but a man with emotions. And that's why you're either influencing her emotions to be more positive, or your emotions are flowing in front of her. And this is work. Your spirit team wants you to know that this is also work. The way that you're expressing emotions in front of her and how you speak to her is teaching her a lot about communication, and it's making her feel a lot stronger. And I do see your son, if that's how they present. I apologize in any way, but they are masculine energy and they are showing strong. So this is, even if they're not working out now, they might be in the future, or this is just significant of really strong, stable, and graceful energy. And I don't see any resentment at all. So it's very important to understand within the relationship that you have with your children, you're raising very smart children, and you're raising very strong and resilient children.
Okay.
Did you have any specific questions that you would want to ask?
Yeah, quite a few.
Okay.
Well, thank you for that. But yeah, that's great. As far as progress with work and business-wise, especially business-wise.
Okay.
I just feel like a lot of delays. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm seeing you taking steps on, I'm seeing a brick wall. So in whatever the way this is significant for you, I'm seeing a brick wall and I'm seeing you take steps on the brick wall, but every time you take a step, it falls from behind you and it falls forward. So you're almost stuck. Every next step you take, you're stuck. And I'm just seeing a hand. So from your spirit team, this is your spirit team saying, hey, you need to take some rest. I know that you're ready to take these next steps. I know you're excited for the abundance that you're going to have, because I see that you can feel in your solar plexus. You're very connected to your body, by the way. In your solar plexus, you can feel something happening, or you know something's going to happen, but you don't exactly know what it is yet. And that is either from the doubt that you have surrounding how slow it's going, or the doubt that you have behind the ability to take the steps that you're taking. This may be what is delaying you. So you need to either feel more confident in what you're doing or go with the flow more and allow it to slow you down, because this is going to be the pace of the natural flow that you will get into. And this is also a natural break. So you've been working really hard. I hear 9 to 5, but I hear like overtime. So you're either working really, really hard, at a regular job and then doing overtime after, or you're working the same job to your wit's end. But I'm hearing like lightning has struck in your life with decisions that you've made. And now you've made the changes, you've made the steps, and you're slow. So it's really a break, and it's not you being slow. It's the timing of everything around you. So also disconnecting that you're not in control of it, and it's happening around you while you make decisions is going to be what's going to help you the best to stay calm and in control of yourself in a situation that you have to wait for, basically.
Oh, got you. Okay.
Yeah. But feeling more confident also in every step that you're taking. I see that you're going out on a whim. You are in connection with higher consciousness. You don't move out of ego. I'm hearing rarely ever. And I'm hearing even if you take an occasional drink, you're not really an ego then, which is good. So you are moving out of higher consciousness. You're moving out of these steps from energy, from your spirit team. And if you're going out on a whim, you need to feel more confident, because this is the doubt that's going to hold you back too. But you are literally moving out of your feelings in your body, and you're projecting the positive energy. And I am being told, just wait for the rest to come into play. Divine timing is very important.
Oh, interesting. Okay. And obviously you talked about, go ahead.
No, you're okay. You go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you talked about the business side of it out of the kids. What about the kids' mom?
So I actually don't see that you are connected. Are you in a present relationship with the kid's mom?
No.
Okay, so that makes more sense. I didn't want to hurt your feelings if you were in a relationship, but I see that you both have energy ties moving from your sacral chakra centers and also your heart chakra centers, which means you're tied in the heart to her. But I don't see it's connecting. I see that you almost have a break in the tie in energy that you have, and this is because of lack of structure. So if you're wanting to build a relationship with this person, if they also have to work on communication. But there is a lack of structure and lack of ability to communicate because of lack of structure. And this is something that comes down to like the bone. So even if you're willing to work on that, this is something that she's going to have to work on. And I do see that she's actually more in a masculine energy, which feminine energies or males can be in whatever energy. But she is more in a masculine energy, which means she's more in kind of a protecting energy or being aware and trying to connect things around her instead of receive. So she may be learning how to do how to have structure and how to communicate a little bit better.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I do see though, she does have a throat chakra blockage, and I see it's like her voice has been taken away. So she doesn't really know how to communicate well.
That's you. Understood.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, I think that all makes sense.
Okay. I do have a few minutes. I can either take another caller on the line or I can answer some more questions for you, whatever you need, buddy.
Okay, so the business side. Well, you were talking about my daughter. I know she has I think a couple of health things I'm a little concerned about when she was born. So that is kind of a little bit concerning for me. I'm not sure. I feel it's going to be something down the line she'll have to take care of. I don't know how you feel about that.
I can look into it. I don't normally like to do medical, anything medical, but I am a Reiki healer. So I'm not ever giving medical advice. I'm not prescribing anything. I'm only reading the energy that I see on the body. But does she have a problem with her lungs?
No. It's more she has she has a couple it's not like a medical, more like a couple scars she was born with.
Okay.
Scars and like her like left eye, something like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so she just has some scars on her body. So I'm seeing this as kind of sitting. That's why I'm asking about the lungs, is because this must be sitting on your heart chakra. So are you a little bit concerned about what you should do about it, or?
Yeah, I am. I'm obviously she's too young now. So when she gets older, it'll probably be an issue because very beautiful girl, but obviously there's a couple of scars.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you that you can do whatever you want, but you move out of higher consciousness. And there's two options that you can have. You can use like a vitamin E oil. You can use a vitamin E oil and you can put it on the scar and it will help the scars go away slowly. It doesn't work amazingly like magic, but vitamin E oil does really well for scarring. And this can help reduce scarring. And also you can just make her feel like a badass. You can make her feel like a cool little badass that is running around, that has scars, that is proud of her body, that is proud of the story that her body tells. And it's cool. Nobody else has what she has. Nobody else has the scars. There's also something about her ears. Are they pierced?
No, they're not. But she always loves her ears. That's why I'm always curious about that.
So that's interesting. That is a comfort for her. That's what I'm seeing is her rubbing her ears. And it's very important to understand that's a gentle comfort that your child has learned, that your child has felt, that is okay to love herself, that either this is something that you've done that nurtured her, or she had the gentle energy in her own energy on her own to learn how to do that. And manipulating her own energy like that to calm down is a really good trait for a child that is so young. I am hearing nuts though. Do you know if she's allergic to nuts?
I don't believe so. I haven't given her any yet. She's too young, but her brother isn't, so I hope she's not.
Okay, so she either is allergic, which I don't think that is, or she really wants them. That's what I felt when I first heard it, was that she wants like nuts, or like honey nut Cheerios.
Yeah, I believe that she eats everything that she sees. She tries to.
Yeah, I'm seeing like baby, like hand to mouth. Is she like in the months range?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So that's familiar energy. I love that. Your daughter sits in your heart chakra and your son too. Do you have older children?
I do, yes.
Okay. Do you have 3 older children?
No, just 2.
Just 2? Okay, so you have it must be your mother. I'm actually seeing if your mother's not present here with you, I'm seeing that your mother's connected with you in your heart chakra, and then I'm seeing 2 older children. Is it another boy and a girl?
No, 2 boys. And yeah,
Okay,
it's
so
my
one of
mom.
them's
My,
okay.
yeah,
One of
yeah,
your
my
boys
mom's always
sits.
around.
Okay. One of your
Oh, go
boys
ahead,
sits
sorry.
in a little bit of a masculine energy. Is this because they're artistic or have a feminine
No,
energy? Okay. They aren't
one,
artistic at all?
no, not at all.
Okay.
Yeah, my
Interesting.
oldest is feminine. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, there might be a little bit of an artistic trait to get into with that feminine energy. If your oldest is a little bit more feminine, there may be art to express through that energy. But yeah, I'm seeing your mother and your two oldest, and then so your two youngest too. So you got 5 connections in your heart chakra. Also, a small animal may be something that is suggested to you, but it may be something that will be in a cage, not to overwhelm you, or even a fish.
Okay.
Yeah, just for
Okay.
old. I'm hearing old time's sake, so that might be a family member connecting with you, trying to give you a little bit of something here to say, hey, you can do this thing for yourself and your kids, and it would be something for them to look at and take care of, even if it's just in a cage. It's something for them to engage with a little bit, you know?
Got you. Understood.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Uh-huh.
I was just last question. The business side, is there one I should particularly be focusing on?
Is there one issue?
On business, is there something I should particularly focus
Okay.
on?
I am hearing marketing. So if there's a specific change in your marketing, you should set that up for yourself. And if you don't know what that is, definitely go into meditation about that. Sit in your time, in your space in the shower, or when you're taking a walk or driving the car, and do your best to connect with consciousness and ask. But just remember that you are connected within consciousness, so you can receive that energy as long as you trust yourself. So,
Good.
yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much for calling in.
Okay, I look forward to talking to you soon.
Yeah. You have a wonderful night.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. And this is Reverend Elliot coming to you live. Yeah, this time live. Actually, really, for the first time in 6 months, live in the middle of September 11th, 2024. Boy, I've been out for 6 months. And what an experience that's been. I told you guys I was sick. I said I wasn't feeling well. But yeah, I've been through the ringer. I've been through an awful lot of stuff. I've been through surgery. I've been through not giant surgery, nothing big. But I'll tell you one thing I like about surgery. It's the first decent night's sleep I've had since all this started. I had a really good anesthesiologist, and I told him I haven't had a decent night's sleep in 6 months. Please knock me out. Just do it. Do the best you can, and he did, and I felt great. And I've this time around I've spent 6 months wrapped in the medical industry, and there's nobody I felt like suing. It's been a very positive experience. My health is pretty much shot in certain ways, but we're working on it, and I'm back. And a lot of what we're doing was preventing. A lot of what we've been doing medically was stabilizing my condition and fixing me up to prepare for the worst, which would be just shy of dying. Which, when you go see the doctor and they start talking about getting your affairs in order, it's getting serious. But it's I don't know how to explain this, because the doctors keep saying that it's a very, very serious thing, and I don't doubt it. I mean, it knocked me out here for 6 months. But they also tell me I don't look like somebody who's sick, and I seem fine. They're generally surprised when I turn out to be the patient, which I suppose that's some kind of saving grace there. But, oh, gosh, I have missed you all so much. So many people have been in touch with me in the last 6 months, so many people from the audience. And you know who you are, and I thank you so deeply for your wishes, the Reiki energy you've sent, the healing energy of all sorts that you've sent, the cards that you've sent. I've been very lucky that you haven't forgotten me, and I hope. I don't know. I almost forgot me. But it was a strain, and I wanted to come back today, of all days, because there's, of course, we all know that there's significance in September 11th because of what happened 22 years ago. But also, for those who have read my book, I don't want to make a selling point out of this, but look at that. He's out for 6 months, and he's already talking about his books, right? That I did a magical ritual 21 years ago yesterday that pretty much saved me from the terror of Lower Manhattan on September 11th, 2001. It's in the book. It's in the book. Reverend Elliot explains it all, but it was one of the most frightening experiences that I came that close, and it illustrated I mean, I can't really, if I explain it now, I'll be here. It'll take the whole show to do that, but I might just take one show one day and just, instead of taking calls, tell you what happened in detail. But it's in the book. Reverend Elliot explains it all. I did I did a thing called from the rituals of Frater Malik, called the Rewarding Ticket Come to Me, which is theoretically a lottery thing. And I bought a few lottery tickets, and I did actually. They all won. All of them won. Not a lot of money, but a little money. You know, they all won money. I turned a profit, but I never cashed the tickets in because something else happened. As a result of that, I got a ticket that kept me out of Lower Manhattan today, which September 11th, 2021, I was supposed to be down there, down by that site. And this is what happened on September 10th, as a result of that ritual, got me out of there. And I was lucky enough to find the occultist who wrote that and let him know what happened. It was a life-changing thing to come that close into this. And today, since the ritual essentially protected me, I thought today would be symbolically the best day to come back. And it was and I'm starting, because I'm feeling better, I'm stronger, I'm very wobbly. Going out and walking and shopping and things like that is a bit difficult because I've been lying in bed for months, which ordinarily I'd like, but no, not under these circumstances. But that's it. You know, they've got me on some medications. They've got me on a excruciatingly bland diet. All the wonderful things I like cooking, I can't have. They'll kill me. So the choice is not that hard to make. And I'm under almost constant medical observation, and I'll probably be around for quite a while. They think they can. They're pretty sure they can keep me going using all the latest stuff that's out there. But I have to be monitored very closely and have my blood drawn all the time. You know, it's one of those things. I mean, as terminal illnesses go, this isn't a bad one. Let's put it that way. You know? So I'm. Don't let the term terminal illness be a real downer there, because life is terminal, you know. So we're all headed for the last roundup anyway. But the idea is, I got rather tired of moping around, whining about it, and being scared to death. So the medical stuff is under control. The physical stuff is under control. The mental stuff needs work, because it's very distressing. And the magical stuff, that kind of takes second seat when the reality of life hits. And I don't like to do, there's a lot of magical work that I've done that I don't like to do while I'm ill. And this is the illest I've been. I've been one sick baby. So the upshot of it all is I'm under control. It's all under control. I am here at your disposal now. I have been, to all of you who have contacted me about readings, you were very gracious when I explained to you why I can't do them. And I asked you if you'd wait for a later date and then contact me, because I'll do it for you. And I'll do it for you free because of that. This is, you know who you are. If you've been in touch with me and you needed a reading and I wasn't there for you, it's because of this as a priority. But now I'm back and I can do it, and I will be more than happy to do that for you, to give you that reading on the house, because of your patience and your understanding. And I don't think I could have done it without the energy and contact I got from all of the Ask One Radio audience who got in touch with me. And if you didn't know what was happening to me, that's I wasn't too vocal about it. Some people knew and others didn't, but I have been, like I said, I've been poked, prodded, cut open, you name it, all that. But I'm here. A reasonable facsimile of myself, and I want to get back into it. I've got books that I want to finish. I have, boy, when you get news like that, you just think about all the things you want to do. And yet, it was almost impossible to focus and do them because I had to focus on getting well. And, to me, I'll tell you, sleep is the problem for me. Getting sleep was the problem. I can't, it's very hard to sleep when you're terrified. Have you noticed this? Now, of course, you should see the look on the faces of the doctors when I say, but I have a cure for that, about 12 ounces of Jack Daniels, and they look at me, they blanch, and then they realize I'm joking, because no, I simply can't do that. So I won't. Oh, but boy, have I got a lot of beautiful barware to sell. eBay is calling me, right? So, I'm back, I'm here. I'll be putting together some books. I have some interesting books that are coming up. You can, I'm still not on Facebook. I never did bother to get back on Facebook because they were very bizarre in locking me out. And I am at MeWe, which has a viewership on my page of about 3. And Twitter, which I do a little better on Twitter. But social media, I enjoyed Facebook, but it became very restrictive and almost fascistic. And when they demanded things like my birth certificate and various personal documents. And this is a place that gets hacked, and so I wasn't into that, and I wasn't interested in it at all. So I do have a presence there, but it's deactivated, so I don't know. I can't even get in to see it. They wouldn't allow me in. And they never said why, of course. They just said, we need proof of who you are. And my answer was, who would pretend to be me? That's kind of a strange one. There aren't that many people running around. I did meet somebody who wanted to be me once, though. That was pretty peculiar. It was at a party, and he was talking to me about me, and he didn't know he was talking about me because he was referring to the person who did a certain job, and how he was tight with that person, and I was that person, which I gently let him know. The bizarre thing is his name was Elliot. These things happen, right? Or who knows? Maybe I'm the delusional one, and I thought I still, to this day, maybe I think I'm him. Can you really know? Can you ponder these things and know? So anyway, I'm back, and we're going to be back. Hopefully, I'll do a show in another 6 months, or let's say another 7 days. I'd like to be back here with you all the time. If you can find me at Twitter and at MeWe, it would be great. Only, because I know these are like kind of Twitter. I don't do well on Twitter because I don't get into arguments with strangers, and I don't call people vile names. And MeWe is just hardly anyone knows about it, but it's worth looking into. And I mention that because I have various offers for things, and I'm going to be getting into branching off into various video presentations. And, as I left you 6 months ago, I was about to conquer the video airwaves here and move into the 21st century and do this as a video feed. And that's coming. That will be coming. I have to make sure that I don't look like a guy who's been lying in bed for 6 months, because that'll scare the hell out of you. They didn't do any surgery on my head or my face or anything, so that's okay. The only surgery I've had was briefly on an arm, and that was to prepare me for some other stuff. So here we are. You can see the results of not having many people to talk to for 6 months. I just keep going and going. So let's do this. Let's get right into the readings, because I haven't done readings for people in a while, and I'm damn curious to see if I can still do it. What do you think? You think it's worth a shot? I got them all shuffled up here, and there, you hear that? And I'm ready to go. So let's ring that bell that we usually do 3 times to declare sacred space. Well, that was a dud. And now we'll pull back the curtain on the magical window and go up north to Canada for Christine. Hi, Christine in Ontario. How are you tonight?
Hello. Fine, thanks.
Hi.
How are you?
Oh, boy, that's a question that'll take hours to answer. I'm doing better, though.
So I gather.
Yeah, I was laid up flat on my back for 6 months, and the object of inspection by numerous medical students who, by the way, I found are very strange when you joke with them. So I'd recommend being very serious during sessions like that. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thanks.
Good. What can I look at for you tonight?
I was wondering if there are any messages from the other side.
Ooh, that's fascinating because I just cut the deck and I got the judgment card. And the judgment card shows the angel blowing the horn and the spirits rising from the grave. That's it's about rebirth and it fits in. When people ask me a question about contact on the other side, there are several cards I look for to see if I'm really going to get a message, and that's one of them. So, obviously because of the imagery. So, yeah, I'd say we do have a message here. This is a puzzle to me because the next card is a card I always get when I read these things. It's a card of great happiness and joy and healing and health. It's the sun. Sometimes it's preceded by cards of sorrow and sadness. But the message is almost always, I'm happy, I'm okay, I'm growing, I'm healing. The next card I have is the Five of Swords, which is not a very good card in the sense that the spirit who's reaching out to you was treated badly. Not by you, but was treated badly. But is now moving and growing. Because this is a card that's very typical in these readings also, the Ten of Swords, which looks like a horrible card. It shows a person lying stabbed in the back. But it just means that life has thrown its worst at you and you're around. It means the hard times are over. And the Six of Swords is here, which is going from where we are to a better place, which is a cliche, of course, but it shows a person in a little boat on rough waters pushing the boat towards smooth waters. So the message here is from whoever this is to you is that they want you to know that although things were kind of bad near the end, that there was some bad blood, not necessarily involving you, but there were problems. That the person is happy, the person is healing, the bad times are over, and the person is growing, and the person is moving towards the place where that person wants to be, and the bad times are over. So that's and that's oddly enough, that's almost always the way these readings go. There's almost always a card like the sun there about healing and health and growth. A couple of times I've had readings for people who just didn't accept what happened. You could see in the cards that they didn't accept it. This is a person who's not only accepted but embraced it and sees that the troubles are over and is moving towards good things. I like to believe that people like that spirits like that come back and do very good. I don't know if that fits in with your philosophy, but I kind of like to think that that's possible because we're getting hints here about things happening afterwards anyway, right?
Mm-hmm. And do you have any idea who this person is?
I'm going to... I have the fatherly figure, an almost priestly figure, somebody who was important, who gave guidance to people. Does that ring a bell for you?
Possibly, yes.
Because I have the card here, the Hierophant here. And here's the Death card, which, of course, that's one of the cards I look at. And here's another one, the High Priestess card. That's another card I look at. When I get these cards, that's telling me the message is really strong. The High Priestess is the person who can see behind the veil. The Death card, the meaning is obvious, as was the Last Judgment card. But this is telling me that this is definitely, I'm here. I am here. And I'm growing and I'm healing and I'm doing well. which, this is one last card is the Six of Rods, which the message is success and triumph and do well for you. Okay?
Okay. Thank
you. So that's these things are so like a double-edged sword because it's so sad, and yet I almost always get joyful readings from the person who's passed on. So, especially, look, that's, and let's face it, for me personally, that's something that's been on my mind for the last 6 months. But
it sounds like it, yes.
We'll all find out eventually, but this person wants you to know that things are going well. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
My pleasure. And I will light a candle to send positive energy towards you and towards the spirit. How's that?
Thank you very much. That's
my
terrific.
pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's just shuffle them up. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, finally back live after 6 months. 6 nasty, yicky months. And how odd is that my first call would be about the afterlife, which I came very, very close to experiencing. It's... There was a guy, I should mention, there was a wonderful old guy I was in the hospital with in my room. He was much older than I am, and I'm no spring chicken. And that was a fascinating experience. We had such great conversations while I was lying there wondering what's going to happen to me next. So that helps a lot. That helps a great deal. I brought a book with me because I didn't know how long I'd be in the hospital, and I ended up reading it 4 times. I'll discuss that book one time too, sometime too. It's a metaphysical thing also, but that was as close as I got to doing this stuff. I pretty much would have to say I've had my fill of hospitals, but it's unfortunately, or rather, let's say fortunately, I'm not done with them. I have more medical things coming up. I have more medical appointments coming up, and as I said, each time, every person I dealt with, from the surgeons to the people who sweep the floors, were all marvelous and lovely and wonderful people. And I have a habit of talking to the people who do the cleaning because I don't know how appreciated they are, but I once picked up an infection in a hospital because it hadn't been cleaned properly. And I encourage these people all the time because they are frightfully important. The ones, I know that it's considered, quote, menial work, but I watched a person clean down half the room and make the bed, and it took like an hour and change because she was that precise and that good, and I knew I was in good hands, and that helped speed my recovery, which is knowing that I felt cared for, and then the love I was getting from the audience members from Mask One Radio, it was very moving, and I don't think I'll ever be able to thank you enough. Jennifer in Everett, Washington is next. Hi, Jennifer, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm wonderful, and you?
I'm doing well. I'm coming back after 6 months ill, and here I am. Funny, every time I hear, I've heard Everett, Washington, always makes me think for some reason of Bing Crosby. Because I think he was from Spokane, I believe, but he had a brother named Everett. But
really?
It's a big fat guy who was his manager. And they used to joke about him a lot on the radio. But for some reason, I was thinking of that. And music got me by. I loved, music helped get me by while I was ill.
I love music as well.
Oh, isn't it beautiful? It's just, it's the best thing there is. And I here in New York, we used to have many venues for wonderful live music, and it wasn't very expensive. But apparently, everybody these days prefers recorded stuff. So, hey, it's sort of music, But there's nothing like getting there and seeing it made live, and it's just beautiful.
Absolutely.
So, Jennifer, what can I look at for you tonight?
I've had three close best friends that have passed away.
Oh. Yeah, I heard from somebody one time who said he was so seriously depressed, and I said, well, what's going on, and it turned out that like half of the people he knows had died within the last few months. And I said, that's not depression.
Mm-hmm.
That's heavy grief. Don't let, you're not suffering from a condition. This is life. And, you may want to talk to somebody about it, but there's nothing wrong. He thought there was something wrong with him. I said, oh,
yeah.
Man, no, that you can't lose people like that. So would you like to see if there's any kind of messaging from the other side there?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I never did that with tarot. It never even occurred to me to do that until I started doing this show like 11, 12 years ago. I've lost track of how long it is now, especially with that 6-month gap. But I think it's been about 11 and a half years, 10 and a half years. So
wow.
let's see what we get. There are certain cards I look for, as I mentioned in the previous reading, to see if I'm on the right track. And those are the cards that refer to the other side and refer to death. And so let's see if I can pull up one of those cards first here. Well, this isn't exactly this. I mean, this counts, but it's not one of the ones that really is the strongest. But it's the Hermit, which is a mysterious person leading you and guiding you, and metaphysically, and that's a spirit. That could be a spirit guide. So I accept that card in there with the more obvious ones like death and the Last Judgment. So yeah, let's go from there, and I bet I will get something, because that could mean there is a spirit wanting to give you a message.
Okay.
The Eight of Cups is about going from where a person is to where they want to be.
Mm-hmm.
And that, of course, would relate to passing on. The Three of, if they could either, I'm not saying they wanted to go, but that's the next destination. You know what I mean? The Three of Swords is here, and that's a card of sorrow and sadness. That shows up a lot in these things. The Ten of Rods is here. Whoever we're looking at felt really burdened by life. Look, I'm getting indications that this is a person who may have caused harm to himself or herself. Is that somebody?
Yes, that makes sense. Yes. One of my friends did, yes.
Yeah, see, 'cause that's a very delicate thing to bring up. And I really tiptoe around it, but that's what I'm getting here. And I think and when I said getting to where you want to be, I think that's what, that opened it up. But there were great burdens, there was great sorrow, there was great sadness. Here's the High Priestess. That's one of the cards of the afterlife, of communication. The thing is that, and the Death card. This is that the person we're looking at is I don't know how to say this. It's not like is joyous and happy and everything, but the Ace of Cups is here, and that's the beginning of healing and health and happiness. So while it was very bad for this person, there's growth and healing where they are now. Because from here on in, the cards are happy. Which again, this is what I said earlier in the previous call, that for dire subject matter, there's always happiness involved here. The Ace of Cups, the Ten of Cups, which is about perfected happiness. The Lovers is an interesting thing in that it shows an angel watching over somebody, over some people. So I'm going to infer that this person has been watching over you a bit. Do you get the feeling that they're still around? So
I had an experience recently that, I felt like, and it was the first time since it's been about 10 years since he passed, and it was the first time I've ever felt him. So, yeah.
Well, that's what I think. That's what I'm seeing here. Well, this is why I've been reading tarot cards since the 80s. I never take them for granted and I never feel that it's me doing this. This is because these are your cards. I'm just seeing, you see, here's the judgment card. That's another one that indicates that it's an afterlife reading, but also it's about getting growth. And see, it didn't end well. There were problems in life. It didn't end well for this person, but the spirit has been growing and is changing and is evolving and is reaching a higher level. That's what I'm seeing. Now, here's the sun, which I had in the previous reading, too. Several of these cards I had in the previous reading. That's healing and health and growth and happiness. And the message with that card is, don't be sad. Which is, kind of an easy thing to say because there's so many people I miss and that's the way of the world, But this person, this particular contact is saying things are better now for me, and I'm evolving and I'm growing. Let me pull one more to see if we can find anything. Yeah, the Six of Rods. That means I'm finding success and triumph where I am. So overall, again, a very positive reading, but one that is reassuring in that we've been able to describe the person and confirm your feeling that you had the person nearby recently.
That's all that's the question that I've always wanted to know is if he was okay, because until very, very, literally within the last week, I hadn't felt him at all. And so, or had a dream about him or anything. So I was just worried. I just wanted to know he was okay. So this whole reading actually makes a lot of sense.
Well, that seems to be the message, which is yes, I'm okay and I'm getting better even, and I'm there and I'll be there in one form or another. It'd be spooky for people when if the indication is that the spirit is watching over you. I don't think my belief is that they don't watch over us in the sense of a busybody. I just think they share their presence.
I agree.
Is what I mean. Because you see, let me put it this way. People ask me about the afterlife in general, and because it's something that is, we've only been wondering about this for 50,000 years since we became human beings, right? So
right.
My point is this: I didn't really much believe in things like seances and Ouija boards, and even what I just did now, because I've been on vacation. And I've met people on vacation, and we had a great time and said, well, we got to get together again, and we got to talk sometime, and then you never hear from them ever again. And that's just another part of the world. That's just another part of the country. That's just maybe another part of, this happened to me with a kid in Boy Scout camp when I was a little kid. And I found out he lived literally, as the word they like to use these days so much, he lived right around the corner from me in New York City. He lived right around the corner from me. He lived on the same block that I lived on. And yet, we got to get together. We got to go to the park and blah, blah. And I never heard from him again. And I was probably about 10 years old. I'm an old man. I'm still waiting to hear from him. I looked him up on social media. See what's going on. So now think about what happens when you change realms of existence. If people don't even keep up contact. Now, I did a thing. I mentioned that when I was in the hospital, there was this wonderful old guy. That's so condescending, but it was a wonderful guy who managed to live He managed to live longer than me. Let's put it that way. And we had lived in the same neighborhood, and we grew up in the same part of the city. And we, of course, it's New York. We never met each other, and we got along very well. And he was interested in putting down his experiences in writing, but he was kind of a little inhibited. And I said, listen, just write it, And I said, here's what I'm going to do. I have this book that I wrote about how to shave with a straight razor. Now, if I can do that, it's just simple. Just start writing and then rewrite, then make it better. That's all. And I'm going to send you that book just so that you can look at that book and know that if this guy who's half dead lying in the bed next to me, if he can do that, then I can do this. And I want you to think of me when I do that. And I knew in my heart that I was never going to mail that book to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I did. So there, right? That's my little stab at immortality. Because you never know. You never know how you're going to influence somebody. You got time for a moment to hear a really weird story.
Yeah, absolutely. For sure.
I spent the 1980s, meaning, my early 20s and all that, as a stand-up comic, which was a blast. Mm-hmm. I loved it. I only got into it. I mean, I hated it at first because but nobody's going to believe this, but I was very shy. And I was a writer. I wrote jokes for people. I lost a girlfriend over that. She was furious with me because she said I'm prostituting myself. I was making money, I was making the fabulous sum of like $20 a joke, And although in the 80s, $20, late 70s actually, at that point, $20 went a long way. Well, anyway, they would mangle my jokes, I thought. So I was going to do it myself, and it terrified me. But I managed to get over the fear and do it. So one night, I was a regular at the Improv here in New York, which was a very prestigious thing. I managed to pull that off. But I did a lot of late night comedy to get started. And one night, I left the club at 4 a.m. to get a cab to go home. Mm-hmm. And the cab driver was a woman who said, you going to Gramercy Park? And I said, no, I live in Tribeca. But I used to live in Gramercy Park. Why'd you say that? She said, you don't remember me. And I said, no, I don't. I said, oh, well, let me tell you what you did to me. This is a woman driving a cab at 4 a.m. I don't remember her at all. Said, my friends and I went to the Improv late one night and saw some comics, and you were there, and man, were you terrible. You were the worst comic we ever saw. I said, okay, what was the point, though? I said, well, you were so bad. I mean, you were just horrible. I said, okay, I got that part of it. We've established that I was no good. What did I do? He said, well, you were so bad that I started to heckle you. And I said, thank you for that. And she said, but, I said to you, you are so bad. I said, I got that. Okay, can we move on now? And, I'm paying her for this cab ride, too, while she's telling me how awful I am. And she said, well, I looked at you, and I said right to your face, how can you do this when you're so bad? And you looked me right in the eye, and you said, when there's something inside you that you got to do, you got to get it out. Said, man, you smacked me with that. You really hit me. You hit me where I live. And she said, I had a corporate job I hated. I wanted to be a photographer, and I could not let go. I kept thinking, if this guy, as bad as he is, could do what he's doing, I can do what I want to do. And she left her corporate job, and she started driving a cab late at night to make as a night job. And in the daytime, she was a photographer. She wanted to be a freelance photographer, which was her dream. And she said, all because you were so bad, but I said, but you see, aside from the fact that she was driving home how awful I was, and of course I did improve, but the thing is, you don't know how you're going to affect people in your life. So years later, she tells me that I changed her whole life.
Yeah, you affected her in a way and you had no idea.
Yeah, and we don't even know how many people we did that to. So when I said to this fellow, I'm going to send you that book that I wrote, and it'll inspire you. Now I have a moral obligation to do it, and I did it, and I'm proud of that actually, because I'm such a procrastinator. I mean, the joke was that my ex-wife called me a procrastinator, and I got mad at her when I looked it up 3 days later. So that was the level I was at. But I liked putting things off. So you see,
I'm a procrastinator myself.
Yeah, isn't it fun though? It's a little anxiety comes out of it, but I like to say we're waiting till the last minute to make sure all the possibilities fall in line. That's the way I look at it.
I always like to say I work best under pressure.
Bingo, there you go. That's it. That's the way you do it. Let's see. Wait a minute, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do it. I see how long I've been away. I meant to do this. Yes, that's put yourself under pressure and get the work done. Anyway, that's I warned Dave here at Ask One Radio that I was going to be chatty tonight because I haven't done this in 6 months. But you reminded me of that story and about that book and about the things we do and the presence and the afterlife. So I believe that, yes, these souls are there and they can kind of blend their presence with ours. It's not like that image of the Lord as a man with a pencil and a paper and writing down that you called somebody a bad name, no. So, I think this person you were concerned about, I know you said there were several, but I think there was one in particular you were concerned about, and that's the one who came through.
Yep.
And
That's
if you can get back to me some other time on the air or even off the air, maybe we can look at some of the others. I'll be happy to take a look at them for you. And by the way, I'm so out of practice here. I should tell people because I've been away for so long. If you want to get in touch with me off the air, the email is asktaro@earthlink.net. And
Ask what?
Ask Tarot, ASKTAROT @earthlink.net,
Okay.
and I'll be happy to spend some time with you. Okay.
All right, sweet. Thank you so much.
Thanks for a great call. You make coming back. I was nervous, but I'm not now. So thank you.
Thank you so much. You have a good evening.
Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to the triumphant return of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window after 6 months of lollygagging and making doctors' lives miserable. Actually, this time around, they were very nice to me. I've had my share of nasty doctors, and these weren't they. So that helps an awful lot. The food left something to be desired, but I'm not really. Like I said, all the stuff I enjoy eating, no can do. Not anymore. Not allowed. You know what kills me? No tomato sauce. I make a wicked tomato sauce. You can find my tomato sauce recipe, by the way, at magic-works.com at my alchemy page, because there's a kitchen alchemy thing there, and I have recipes how you can make your own imitation of Irish cream. No, can't do that now. My wife's going to get all this stuff, but I can't eat any of it. I can't drink any of it. But I make a killer tomato sauce with which comes to about 80 cents a jar, and I would urge you, especially in these times of inflation, to take a look at it, because if you like a good hearty tomato sauce, this is the one, and you'll find that at magic-works.com. Anyway, let's shuffle that up. I'll talk to you more later about how to get in touch with me and find the things I do. Jade in Clearwater, Florida is next. Hi, Jade. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hey, Elliot. Can you hear me okay?
I hear you just fine. Am I coming through?
You are.
Beautiful. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing okay. I called in because...
Maybe we can... You sound a little down, don't you? Is there something else? Is there something specific you wanted we can take care of? I'll be happy to look into it for you.
Yeah, I'm also a medium and a tarot reader.
Oh, good.
And I called to get some, insight for me. I'm 40 weeks on Sunday with my 4th child.
Wow.
And and it's coming up, and I'm kind of in a predicament that's a little sticky. And I just wanted a little guidance on, if I should just take this route and focus on me and the baby right now, like what's important. And, just want to make sure I'm going the right way.
The first card I have confirms what you just said. That it's the 8, the 8 of Swords. It's the one where the person is like blindfolded and tied up, It's
and I heard you speak of it. I do follow my Morgan Greer deck too, and I like the enlightening statement you did just say about it with the last caller.
Oh, thank you.
So it's a popular one tonight. Or maybe you said 8 of Cups. Maybe you said 8 of Cups. Okay.
Well, this here, the 8 of Swords here is very. It's about feeling stuck. You know what I mean? And the Five of Rods shows conflict. And the Seven of Cups is here. That's a card of kind of unfocused ideas. So but this is nothing. This is just kind of confirming what you said. You know, that you're feeling stuck, that you're in a state of conflict, and you're not sure which way to go. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Does this involve family?
Yeah, it's involving kind of myself mainly and another person with conflict. We have 2 kids together. We've been, kind of helping each other out because it has been a long relationship before I started a new relationship. Well, the new relationship is what it is, and I've been aiding my 2 younger children, and now it has been 2 months of just feels like 2 days, but it's been 2 months of just conflict, like the exact word, and a lot of resentment on the other side and stuff. And with me being...
I asked about the family because I have the 10 of coins here, and that's, shows parents and children and grandchildren and all kinds of stuff. And then the Ace of Swords is here, which is, that's the archetypal card of conflict. Right now, okay, this is good. So far, all I've gotten is confirmation of what you know already. If you, this is not the kind of thing that I enjoy doing, which is to feed back to a person what they told me, because obviously you know these things. As a reader yourself, you must have been in that position too. But here's the magician. Now that's a very good thing at this point, because that shows that you have the ability to draw spiritual power from above and apply it here down in the practical realm. So you're strong, and you have power. That's here again with the High Priestess. That is a person who has great metaphysical psychic abilities. So and the Empress here, which is a person who is a woman who's creative and can make things happen. That's why she's surrounded by fruit, making things grow, and fruit and vegetables, and justice, which is, have you felt that you've been treated badly? That there's a lack of injustice? Is injustice here?
Yeah, I've been actually using a lot of the vocabulary of, inhumane, injustice, these type of things. And then also, today, I've been I'm 34, and when I was 18, I went to Southeast Asia. And I remember when I was about maybe 21, I was in the Philippines, and I was with some friends and another American girl and some Filipinos. And we were all having a great time at a wet market, getting fish and whatnot to take over to a restaurant and get cooked for us. And one of my Filipino buddies looked at me and said, "You're just so powerful, both of you guys." Mm-hmm. And I took it really to heart. And ever since then, I call myself powerful. I am powerful. I was in a third world country, at 21 years old.
You got the Empress, the High Priestess, and the Magician. That's a powerful person. Okay, so
I appreciate that.
I think you'll be able to do whatever you're dealing with. I think you'll be able to deal with it.
My thing is, I want to make sure that I have the strength to just. I want to know.
This is a card showing strength, especially the Justice card here too. Here's the Nine of Rods. You see, that's that one. That's a card that's the person's got the bandage on the head. The person has been around the block a bit. The person is well prepared for what's coming and can handle it. All these cards indicate somebody who's strong and prepared and can deal with it.
I really like that Nine of Rods. That's a term I use a lot. Well, I've been around the block. I've been in Asia for 10 years, so I bring that up a lot when I speak highly of myself. So I actually really appreciate this reading, Elliot. And my main thing is I need to keep that strength, and I think the only way is protecting my peace by just exiting and taking care of what I need to do. I have everything, all my resources in a line. I need to take control and use that magic. I'm the snake, the zodiac in Chinese. I'm born in the end of the snake in Chinese of 1989, 1990, and I'm an Aquarius. So I definitely feel my power, and I'm having my dragon baby, and my mother was a dragon Aquarius as well.
Well, while you were talking, I pulled some cards, and let me tell you what I've got here, and this is going to be very important. The Lover's card is here, because now that I know from years of movies has been misinterpreted as being about romance. There are many other cards for that. This is about a choice that you have to make, and you know that. But what it fundamentally boils down to a choice in your life between the sacred and the profane, and you'll make the right choice, because the next card is the Ten of Swords, and the Ten of Swords is the end of the troubles. So that's good. That's followed by the Nine of Coins, which has serenity and happiness and peacefulness. It's very good. So you're strong enough to be heading in the right direction, and you're strong enough to know what to do, and you'll do it.
Thank you, Elliot. It's the last maybe 10 days. I've also accepted some things, and I've asked Spirit to take my thank yous and take my appreciation, because I finally get it. And I really take that Lover's card to heart, because, you know, anytime me being a girl in general, I'm a female, I'm very feminine. I'm very more of a submissive, sometimes dominant, but more of a submissive type of woman.
If you're submissive, it's because you choose to be. You know that it serves your purpose.
And that's
that's where you want to be. Because I see that if you need to be, you can be a dynamo. You can be a real powerhouse if you need to be.
Period. And I agree with that totally tenfold. Well, my thing is I always would get giddy when I would get my Lover's card, but you know, I get it now. With years of tarot and years of understanding and years of doing other readings. But I also transitioned that giddiness and that excitement over to when I get that higher priestess card or any of the angelic cards, magician, these types of cards, because those are the ones that are really me. And the Lover is sometimes makes signals, and it gets confusing with people, but I kind of like how you explain it, and I will use that as well with my future people that I am helping with reading.
Well, thank you for your kind words. I've got to run. I've got like a minute to go, and then I'm off.
Thank you. I think we concluded, and I'm so happy I got you when you weren't nervous anymore.
Thanks a lot.
Away.
Thank you so much. I hope to hear from you again. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And that's it. That's show 386 of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, which is a show that comes on twice a year on the Ask One Radio Network. It means I've been doing this for 700 years, right? Oh, brother. So listen, I've got to run. I got a few seconds to go. So remember, you can find more about what I do at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. magic-works.com. Look for me at Rev Elliot, or Twitter, Rev Elliot, and email me at asktarot@earthlink.net if there's anything that you would like to run by me. It's great to be back. You people have filled my life with such great vibes that I felt lost without you. So thanks for having me back. Bye-bye now.
Your host for Mystical Empowerment Time. Just give you a little rundown. I'm coming to you from the sunny Gold Coast of Australia. And actually, we have a little bit of sun. We are on the opposite side of the world to you. So while you are probably just coming out of your heat waves for summer, we are still in winter. But it's beautiful here. hope you are having a wonderful end to your day. So what we're going to go through today, as always, we'll take a caller and we'll do a psychic or a mediumship reading. And we're also going to be talking about angels, guides, higher selves, and what the difference is, which will lead us into some discussion as well about the Akashic records, or Akashic, depending on how you wish to say it, and how you can make connection with angels, guides, and your higher self. So that's what today's show is going to be about.